We're currently live. Treat him as live.
Sam, your camera is live at the moment.
I'm coming back. I'll just grab another HDMI and try a different cable.
Oh, what's that?
Good morning and welcome along to the day 2 coverage of the English Open here from the England Foot Golf Association of England. Thank you very much for joining us here on YouTube and Facebook this morning. Our commentator, Stephen Groombridge, a familiar voice here on the channel, will be with us shortly to bring you commentary today from the Oakwood course, where we will be live with seniors, super seniors, juniors, women. We've got it all for you this morning here on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you ever so much for joining us this morning. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Devon. The Ashbury Resort looking an absolute picture first thing this morning. The teams are out. And what a sight it is to see men, women of all ages taking part in this inclusive sport and having, hopefully, a great day here at Ashbury. We have cameras out on the course this morning. We are going to be, for these early stages, showing you some coverage from holes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. For the younger members of our audience, 6, 7 might have produced a bit of a laugh. But for us of a certain age, it means absolutely nothing. We're just getting ourselves into position on holes. And as I say, once our commentator, Steve Groombridge comes and finds us, we will be in action with some commentary. We'll be updating the leaderboard as we go. We're just seeing some juniors at play on hole 3. Looking for a decent putt to bring this one in. We will also today be bringing you some action from the men's competition, which is taking place on the Forest course, which isn't too far away from us here, but if you've ever been to Ashbury, you'll understand that the courses are massive, and there's a number of them, and they are stretching out across this part of Devon. The Forest course is, as it is described, tucked away within the trees, and we will be bringing you some action of the closing stages of that one. See how the leaderboard has changed. Okay, we're just going to finish seeing up these putts for the juniors on hole 3. Ooh, that's a close one. Just goes past. And that one is sunk into the hole. Just looking to close out this hole at the moment. And the final member of the team. Just taking a moment. In fact, he may already have putted out.
How long could you be there for, Sam?
Sam's just on camera there, has just moved around to show us a little bit of the senior action.
check your HDMI.
Down the hill now on the third.
Yeah, you're back now. Tell me, you're right there, or you got to move? Jay,
Just waiting for the green to clear before the approach shot comes in. Just waiting for a player, I think, to mark the ball, and then we're able to play on a little bit further. So I've just walked out into the fairway as we're bringing you today's action live from the course. Within the course, you couldn't get any closer to the action today. If you joined us yesterday, you noticed that we had just a couple of technical difficulties with our buggy, which meant that we weren't able to get ourselves out onto the course as we wanted to. So we had to be positioned yesterday on hole 18 of Oakwood. And if you know the course here, you'll know that that is actually disconnected from the remaining part, the majority part of the course. So we were a little bit stuck yesterday in terms of what we could bring you. We tried our best, but today buggy is sorted and we are in the heart of the action. And as soon as we locate our commentator, Steve Groombridge, not his fault. He's had to do player registrations this morning, and he's just going to find us. And then we will be all systems go with some great commentary. And we will be cooking on gas, as they say. But for now, you've got myself, Seth Conway, on the mic, just providing a little bit of information as we go, as we watch some of the action take place here on hole 3 of Oakwood. On this particular part of the course, there are some tricky water features to navigate. So we will be bringing you some of that as it happens, because that is quite entertaining and quite a challenge. It has been a challenge for everybody. Well, most of the men found it a challenge yesterday. And so today we will be seeing how the women, seniors, juniors, all managed to cope with it. Oh, we've got an unexpected face in front of camera. Now, I'm just going to come off the mic for a moment, just so that I can tell Steve Groombridge where we are and he can come and take over commentary duties. So there will be just a slight break in the audio, just intermittently, just for the moment, and then we will be back with further commentary.
Oh, I'm going to turn back to the.
Good morning again. Welcome to the English Open here at the Manhattan Ashbury Resort, part of the Foot Golf Association of England Kelme National Tour. You find us over on Oakwood. This is the section of the course that runs through from holes 4 through to 8, a little up and down section with lots of interesting parts of the course, lots of treachery, and I imagine a few splashes in the water as well. So we're just looking at the group at the moment with Derek Mills, Ian Oliver, Paul Downey, and Juan Manuel Sanchez, also known as Manu. They're just coming down the hole beside us at the bottom of the course. You can see the conditions here are beautiful. Blue skies, light to medium winds at the moment, and lots of green grass. The balls are rolling fine. So that's looking down at the bottom of hole 3, I believe, actually, before they come back up beside us on the other side of the course. The long downhill hole, right to left, everything drags towards the bunker on the left-hand side. So as this camera pans around, you'll see a bunker over there. If you can stay somewhere near the bunker is probably the best line in for the second shot. The hole tucks slightly over on the right hand side with lots of protection. So it's getting down there. Nothing silly with the second shot. Getting onto the green. Give yourself a chance. Great section of the course. This very, very testing. I think as long as there's nothing silly, there's a few opportunities. They're going down 3, and we might see them coming up 4, which is a really, really tricky par 3 around a pond, long par 3 into wind uphill around the pond. But we'll come on to that one shortly. We'll watch these come down hole 3. So you can see that bank there. Anything going up the bank is going to turn the ball away from the hole. I think this is the group behind, coming down through. This is Mark Eaglestone, Jan Willem Arsen, Marcel Lugier, and Nick Donfario. This is the second shots down the hill. So there's the bank we spoke about. It goes up the bank. You don't want it to sit up there, but it turns off. Left himself a little bit of work. That's why that second shot down to the left-hand side of the fairway is really important, to give yourself the angle to open up. So left foot. It's a good hole for the left foot of this to be able to swing it in towards the hole. Use the protection round on their right-hand side. Punch through the ball there. Got the ball rolling. That looks a little bit pacey. The bank slowed it down nicely onto the green. And that should just settle on the back edge there. So that's a really good shot. Again, much easier for a left foot of this hole. Arguably, the next hole probably as well. But there's a good mix here on Oakwood of left and right. Even if you're not a left footer, I think a lot of people are choosing to do that. That one does look pacey. See, that's not caught the bank. That's going to go up the back and a long way down the hill, probably the other side. That's unfortunate. I think he was looking to use the bank to slow the ball down. And unfortunately, it didn't. So that's gone up and over. That's tough shot back up towards the hole. Mark Eaglestone there with his back to us in bright yellow today. Not going to miss him. So I think we're probably, yep, looking on the right-hand side. So with his toe, right to left, punches through it. It should start turning back towards the hole. That's a really good shot, and it's dropped in. What a beautiful putt. Great finish to the hole. So I suspect we're waiting for the ball to come from down the back next. Yep, there we go. On the right side, didn't go as far as we thought. If that was his first attempt, tentatively back across. It's probably just on the edge of the green. So no, it's just off. So Mark Eaglestone to putt. It's just running left. It needs to turn back to the right, and it's not quite got the pace. Good attempt. Just needed a little bit more. And in it pops. So as I say, they'll make their way back round on the right-hand side, but we might be staying with this hole. We'll see where the cameras go and adjust accordingly. But the course has dried out. No rain since that heavy shower yesterday lunchtime. So the course is in absolutely immaculate condition. The Pete and his team here have done an absolutely amazing job. They've been out to Forest this morning, just lengthened the tees a little bit for the men, which are on Forest Forest all day today. We'll get you some footage from that later on. But here on Oakwood today, we have got the juniors, the ladies, the seniors, and the super seniors coming through. And the last three groups of this will be the leading senior men. We'll catch up with those as they come through. But for now, that group move on. It's going to walk straight into the camera. You can see the conditions are absolutely perfectly. So looking back up to the tee box on 3, it's just tucked in up to the right of the hill. And this bunker that you can see at the bottom of the camera now is the one that you want to end up really after for your second shot. Give yourself the angle to come in. So this group is waiting to tee off. I'm looking over now. It looks like Nick Reynolds, Paul Parker, Mark Coates, and Joe Carter. Joe in his familiar Southwest yellow and green shirt. So they're just waiting to go. So this is looking at the women. Found another camera angle. That's Joe Carr, obviously with Michaela Hill and Claire Williams today. Kicking up the hill. So I think the seniors on hole 3 were just grabbing some water and bananas and apples from the Manor and Ashbury Resorts truck you can see over there. A little snack, one of the snack and water stations that we have positioned out on the course here. Gonna need it today. About 21, 22 degrees. Lots of sun. So suntan lotion and water is the order of the day. Just because some of the balls might come over here, would you mind just taking that flip past the hole? Perfect, thank you. So that's the coming down 3. They've teed off. I believe that was Nick Reynolds. So the Seth Conway Media and the team have set up a roving station today. So we're actually physically out on the course rather than the tent. So I'm in this little bowl, as we said, between 3 and 8. We're just looking at the... Oh! If you've seen that, you've just seen Paul Downey sink an absolute worldie from the bottom of the green up onto the top slope and in. He'll be very happy with that. I think we caught that one. So, Manu to finish off this hole. Walks in after it. Just about. So, Derek Mills, a familiar face on the foot golf circuit for many years, as is Ian Oliver. And finish off nicely. So they've navigated hole 4 pretty well there. And they go back down the course to the tee box at 5. So you can see on the tee box now, if for a right footer, you've got to avoid the pond. Try and get it in the middle of the fairway, but not so far their left, our right, that it goes out of bounds with the white stakes that you can see on the right-hand side of the shot. So that looks as though it's probably going to go out of bounds, and that's going to be really unfortunate. That has got to go back to the tee and be played for 3. So Derek Mill kindly retrieving that ball for him. That's really unfortunate. I think the temptation on this hole is to, where it's a long par 3, is to really try and overreach and get it as far up the fairway as you can. In reality, it needs a side foot off the tee down onto the fairway, nothing more. If you need to take a bogey, you take a bogey, and unfortunately, that's now going to be a 3 off the tee. So, take 2. Should just be a strong side foot onto the middle of the fairway. That's all it needs. It's been really risky again. That, unfortunately, is a little bit silly, and that's it's unfortunate to say that, but he's just gone out of bounds once, and he's done exactly the same thing again. Okay. Okay. So back on to hole 3 for the moment. You can see those men coming down. It's just one gone a little bit over to the left-hand side there. The ball comes across shot. That's not a bad angle to attack the green from there.
Yeah, but Grimmy can't see the action from here. That is going up to him. I can't go anymore. Can Grimmy just commentate on this one?
Lovely. So yeah, back on hole 4. There's a little bit of a stretch just to reach over to hole 3, and so we're going to concentrate on hole 4. This is where the jeopardy is. Out of bounds on the left, lake on the right for the players. So as you said, we're right in the thick of the action here. We're stood on the green at hole 4 itself, rather than in the tent. Cameras are out on site, and we just stepped away from hole 3 to concentrate on this really difficult and challenging hole. This is where it can be. Par is a great score on this hole. You'd even be happy to take a bogey, but going out of bounds off the tee is just an absolute no-no. See, without the wind into your face today, Joe Carter has hit an absolutely great shot that will come off the bank and roll back towards the hole. That's even got a chance of going in. Oh, it's just slowed up. The grass is lush just off of the edge of that green there, so it's just slowed up as it's gone in. But an absolutely great shot there from Mark Eaglestone. Getting confused with the yellow shirts today. So Mark will come up and mark that. What you'll see on the behind Mark on the right-hand side of the camera is hole 5 that runs up parallel. And the treachery here is all of these white posts. Got Mark. So from hole 4 out of bounds all the way up the left-hand side, and then the next hole, hole 5, that they're coming up at the moment, has got out of bounds on the left and the right. So it's just trying to thread it through the eye of a needle. So second shot swings in. Again, there's so much protection here at the back. The angle of that is going to take it straight back, unfortunately, not towards the hole. As long as it doesn't pick up too much pace on the golf green. The danger is there when it's windy that it gets to the slope and rolls back. But that will settle in nicely. No danger there. So left foot shot. It's just dragged it a little bit left with that. Trying to take the danger of the head out to play. But it's rolled back towards the hole over the top. That's turned out actually very, very well. I thought that was going too far left, but he knows a lot better than me. So last one in the group wants to try and get it over the top of the hill, turning right to left, swazzing in. So again, this is going to be very, very good. I think it's just going to turn inside the hole, and that will just should come back down and settle on the green nicely. Good shot. So Jan Willem, probably the closest out of all 4 of them there. He'll come up and mark that. I think Jan Willem, there'll be no danger of finishing that one off. So as you can see here, what the course have done is create foot golf greens off the back of the actual golf greens. And a lot of time and effort has gone into them to create the green on the fringe. And you can see they've even mowed it with colours. They are effectively an extension of the golf green, specifically purpose-built for foot golf and marked out accordingly. It's a great job the course have done here for us. So that one goes in, and then Mark to finish. And I think we might be going up to the green on 5. So Mark has finished that. So let's have a look to see what we've got as they go and prepare for the the next shot. So whilst that par 3 there is very, very challenging, the next hole here is a uphill par 5, which should be, for most of them, a good birdie opportunity. Just going to wander up and see this group finish off. So Ian Oliver, from left to right, it's all going to fall under the hole, but he looks as though he's just a little bit shy of pace to go in and fell under the hole, but that's a great place to leave it. It's a straight uphill putt from there, so we'll be happy with that. Manu to finish off with pace. Hit the flag. Wow. Brave. The only danger with that is it goes past, but, you know, would it have come back? Doesn't matter. It's gone in. So Paul Downey. Oh, it just went over the left edge. Again, that will settle in there. Last year, that would have probably come back with slightly less lush conditions. Again, just a testament of the course and what they've done. So Derek Mills. That's going to drift left. And that's the difference between Manu's finish and Derek Mills there. Manu was strong, decisive, hit the flag. Derek Mills was just a bit underpaced. And Ian Oliver finishes with a fist pump, which I guess probably means a birdie. And they move on to the next hole at the top of the hill. So wandering back down 5, you can see the tee shot there. They're threading it within the white stakes, out of bounds left, out of bounds right. Difficult hole, but as I said, this is an opportunity, uphill par 5, but an opportunity to get a birdie here and gain back anything from the tricky par 3 on the previous hole. We'll just wander down and see them come up. Again, good tee shots. So one tee shot to there. The second one should be probably coming up to about where we are. So we'll wait here for them to come up and see how that pans out. So as I said, round 2 today. We're over at Oakwood at the moment. We're going to get some action from Forest later on with the men. This is a hotly contested competition. Both of competitions after round 1, only 2 or 3 shots between the top 5 in each of the categories. So everything to play for as expected after one round. No runaway leaders, but for the men on this course yesterday, 6 under was an unbelievable score. Both Carl Baker-May and John Neal with 6 under, and Ben Clark, as expected, in the mix at 4 under as well. So that'll be really interesting to see how that pans out. But here today, we are on this course at the moment, looking at the seniors and the super seniors, the ladies and the juniors. So lots of action. Stick with us for a nice sunny afternoon, and we'll bring all the action to you. So we'll watch these take their second shots up the hill. It's going to be 3 big hits, I think, for these guys to get up there. You can see the views in the background as well. It's just a glorious part of the world to be in. And despite its location almost in the middle of nowhere, people from all over the world travel in. Got people from at least 10 or 12 different countries with us again this year. Again, what they've been able to do at the Manor and Ashbury Resorts is when you drive in They have the flags that represent all of the nations on the driveway on the way in. So it's set up beautifully here today. So Michael Eaglestone, big hit up the fairway. You can see he's left it level with us, which I thought was probably about where it was going to be. Jan Willem. So that again, that's anything up the middle there is going to be good. It's uphill all the way, so they can be very, very aggressive with their third shot. That sounded good. That's probably going to be the best of the three. Great camaraderie between all the players here as well. You can see laughing and joking, celebrating with each other. Everyone to do really well. Yes, it's a competition, but the atmosphere that it creates with all of these players is an absolute wonder. Seeing them all in the lounge bar for the opening ceremony. We had a quiz as well. Unfortunately, most people were in the bar last night for the Arsenal game, but you can't have everything. So Jan Willem to play uphill, needs to be strong. Don't want to be frightened to leave it short. That pace looks absolutely great. Wow, what a shot that is. That will just sit there nicely. Brilliant shot. He'll just casually walk up and pop that in.
Yes, because I think we're just going to stay on this game until you get out over here.
So Jan Willem's finish, brilliant. So that's a nice, easy birdie for him. So Marcel Lugier, sorry, Nick, that's our Canadian friend, Nick Donfrio. So that's gone a little bit past. That's going to be tricky from there. His second shot is all about being straight. So Mark Eaglestone, familiar style, punches it up the hill. The line was fantastic. Just needed a little bit more. But as we said, that's a good leave. Anything directly underneath the hole, anything left or right, it's going to be difficult from there. So Marcel to play. He's seen the others. Punches it up the hill. He got the pace. Is it going to turn hard at the end? Or just runs past the left-hand side? That should be a fairly comfortable birdie finish from there. So Nick from the right-hand side of the course, it's going to go right to left. If he hasn't got the pace, it's going to fall underneath the hole. That's what we saw earlier. So you need to keep it above the hole and let gravity do the work. So we're going to follow this group up. He's just going to mark that. Mark Eaglestone. So we saw Manu with a similar shot a minute ago from further back. It needs to be straight and hard at the pin. And in it goes. So we say, played sensibly, played right. It should be a birdie hole for a lot of people. Oh, I need to look away. Unfortunately, that was, yeah, I'm not sure if he just didn't take his time there, what happened, but it just shot Shot right with his foot and left of the hole. And unfortunately, this is a hole to forget. What should have been a birdie tap-in has turned into a bogey. He'll be disappointed with that. So, Nick to finish. And they move on. So we're right at the top of the course now. This is hole 6. I don't think we've shown this weekend so far. But it's par 3 at the top of the course. There's definitely a chance of a hole in one here if played correctly. You can see as we get up, it rises up halfway to the hole, reaches the golf green. And then everything falls away at the back of the green. You can see it's heavily protected. But we'll just go up to the side of this green. Just go up to the side of this green and watch these shots come through. So we're just going to come back to the tee box and watch them tee off. Pick up reception. All this. Play. Strong right foot. You see it catch the golf green. It's a little bit left. It'll use the bank at the back. The bank. It's going to be tricky from there. That would have been a lot better if he'd been coming off. So Jan Willem, right to left. He's seen what Mark Eggleston has done there. Unfortunately, that's gone a little bit left as well. And actually gone a little bit further as well. How Mark's ball stayed up there, I don't know. Me and you? Okay.
If we just stay here.
Yep. So again, just drifting off to that left-hand side. Let's give a Mark's ball a little bit of a nudge, but any movement there would have had to have gone back anyway. And then Marcel, we've seen all of the rest go left and unfortunately gone a long way right. So that's probably going to get up over the top as well.
Just tell me if we lose Tom.
So tricky hole. It's not as simple as a straight pass down the middle with all the undulations that we have. But for those that master it, it's a birdie. For those that don't, you take a par and walk away. So again, tricky part of the course. Uphill on the left, downhill on the right, water involved in 2 of the holes and half a dozen bunkers along the way for fun as well. This is where players get a slight advantage being closer to the hole. So a couple of the players here are going to be able to watch the other 2 play their shots and see how the ball rolls, see which directions it goes in. So I think
You're on Sam, yeah?
Marcel from the right-hand side, looking to redeem himself after the bogey.
Behind us.
It's come over the hill nicely and just gone past the hole. So it's going to be interesting to see how it comes off the bank here. It's all going to be about pace. Do they try and run it along the bank and let it fall in the hole? Or are they actually trying to get a little bit of air on it to take the bank out? So yeah, a little bit of air down the bank. I don't think that's got enough on it to reach, unfortunately. Not sure if that's going to help the other players or not at this stage. He'll tap that in for a par.
You actually go get green on 7, the one opposite you, and then we'll go to that. We'll just follow this team with 7, and then we'll move on after that.
So Mark across the green, more direct route. Just run past the hole. So we'll mark that probably.
Jiggy.
Just a little bit beyond where he wanted. He went for it. You can't blame him for doing that. So this is the third from that left-hand side, left to right. The bank in play. You've seen the other two. Again, just fell short off of the bank. It's going to roll towards the hole, but I don't think that's getting there.
Sam, when this putting's finished, if you go to the tee off at 7, it should just be to your right.
And finishes off nicely. So Mark will try and tidy up for a par.
Take the guy on 7 on green, and then me and Green will just move across.
Mark, a very good experienced player. It's great to see him back. He had a little bit of time out of the game through injury, but he's back stronger and fitter than ever. So we're going to follow this group. We're going to walk over to 7. As you can see, we're panning around between several cameras, which is a great setup here. We've got with Seth Conway Media and the team doing an amazing job. So we're just going to come down behind this tree. The camera should pan to them, tin off, and then we'll pick them up as they come down the course. So par 4, all the way downhill, long downhill. But because it's downhill, it should be 2 shots to be close to the hole. But then there is the danger of running past. So you can see the conditions here. We'll just move out and peek around the corner so we can see them at the top of the hill and see what they've got to deal with. So big downhill. The most important thing here off the tee is to miss the trees that are in play off the tee box. Nothing silly. Let the fairway do the work. With foot golf, so much of it, especially when it's downhill or it's a long hole, as soon as you hit the rough and it slows up, you're in trouble. It sounds like common sense, but when you're trying to navigate a par 4 or par 5, which could be anything up to 250, 270 yards, the tendency is to try and smash as much as you can out of it, and that's when you start losing the accuracy. So I think these boys are just taking their time, doing their scorecards. Need to rest their slightly older legs than mine as much as they can. It's a long weekend with practice and pairs and then 3 rounds of competition for some of them. It's beyond me these days. I'll stick to being the face of radio. So Mark Eagleston playing well. So first off the tee. Oh, and I probably said it. I did wonder whether it was going to be a bit of a curse as soon as I said it. You need to keep that inside the tree and lower than you normally would, and just let the fairway run down the hill. But Mark's probably overreached that a little bit, caught the tree and ended up a long way. The positive thing is it's downhill all the way. So he's got a second shot to get it 3/4 of the way down here at least. So he's learned inside the tree, on the fairway, running down nicely, and you'll see how this ball travels. That is a good shot and the perfect position to get near the green in his next shot. So Mark just being asked to mark his ball just in case one of the others hits it off the tee, because that's clearly not a very good thing for them, not worth taking the risk. So Mark will just move down, bring the buggy down. So this one's ultra safe. The tendency there is not to try and drag it too far left. It does roll off, and the line in for the second shot isn't as good. So Marcel left foot, that's going to come down to this side towards us. We'll get a good shot of this, and you can see how much pace that's picking up. It's on the steeper part of the hill. And Marcel is a good hitter. That fairway is doing a lot of the work for him. That's very, very good shot indeed. So that's going to be a nice side foot in. So the second shot is all about pace. So Mark will put this down. I don't think Marcel's ball needs
Okay, Sam, if you know
to be marked.
back down, come back down towards us for a minute. You may just stick it through the left one.
So right to left over the hill, and that is safe. You can see the distance is lost where he's hit the tree off the tee. Most of the others are going to be at least pin high or beyond, and unfortunately that's really impeded Mark on this hole. So what you would have seen on camera a lot this weekend is the buggies. This course is compulsory for buggies to be used. It's a long course, very hilly. So buggies are used, 2 players per buggy. Just saves the legs. And this Manor and Ashbury Resort has over 400 buggies for use. So we're not gonna be short of them, even for a competition of our size. So Nick from Canada, you can see he's looking at shaping this right to left, swing it in. It's just dragged a little bit left. It's going to come inside the tree. And you can see the pace it picks up near there. So it's just going to sit in front of the bunker. That's a difficult shot from there. Anything missing is rolling beyond. So the play here is actually to go past the pin and leave yourself an uphill afterwards. So Jan Willem, he's just caught the right-hand side of that mound. So it's going to travel out. So he's going to have a right to left as we look, and everything's going to turn to the right. So difficult. The undulations of this fairway make it difficult. So Marcel can make sure he goes over the top of those mounds, run it down. This is a very, very good shot indeed. That is a wonderful shot. Good shot. So Jan Willem, it's a perfect leave. It sounds, it's not meant to sound condescending. It's the perfect leave on this hole is beneath the hole. You need that uphill putt afterwards. If you tap it, you've always got the danger of running past. I think sometimes you're better off being a bit more aggressive and getting it past the hole and leaving yourself an uphill putt. So again, tentative and short, and another downhill putt. I mean, that's a 1.5 meters, so shouldn't be any problem. He's going to mark it just for safety. Trouble is with missing that, it runs downhill. The conditions here are absolutely perfect. Oh, Mark's having no luck this afternoon whatsoever.
Sorry, mate, what was that?
It's just a little bit difficult finishing them off today. So you can see Paul Bolton in the background. Some of the leading seniors just finishing off on 2. So Mark, to finish off, we're just talking about filming and commentary positions. There's so much going on here. Oh, unfortunately, that never looked like going in. I think he overcompensated massively. I think, unfortunately, hitting the tree, it's probably got in his head a little bit. Head up, Mark. So we will wander down towards the pond, and we'll explain a little bit more about that as we go down. We'll just watch these finish off.
Jog down to the tee off. So stick on green until they get into position.
So unfortunately, I think that was a 6 for Mark there. I think that tee shot into the trees is probably just affected him slightly there. So we're wandering down now
Ideal, that's great to know. Thanks, Sam.
to one of the
Just let me know if you lose comms.
tricky holes in the course. This is a tee box that is purely behind a lake with probably a 45-50 yard carry and a downhill slope off the back of it. So we'll wander down now and we'll see these guys tee off. I'm going to try and get a camera around the back of the green for you as well to see them coming in. I think, but you can, we're just going to, yep. We'll just come back down. As you can see, this is the lake behind us and the tee off box. So as we said, there's probably a 40, 50, 55 yard carry, and you can see the green off the back. So there's several plays here. For the left footer, you can try and play it round the left-hand side. It's going to run slightly off to the left. Trying to avoid the 2 bunkers on the left-hand side and sit it somewhere on the edge of the green is a safe play. The more aggressive play is over the top of the lake. So there's a possibility of aiming for the red stake on the back bank, getting it to hit the bank or just run off the back of the bank and down onto the green. The difficulty with that is it running through the back. Still not a bad shot coming back up, but that works okay. The more aggressive play is almost over towards the telegraph pylon. So right to left swinger, up over towards the telegraph pylon, running down, and there's a bunker there that you can use to slow it down. And we saw that 2 or 3 times yesterday. I think Callum Hay played that shot, went through the bunker, up over the mound and settled down on the green. And I know Stephen Kennedy probably finished within about 8 foot of this yesterday. So lots of danger. It just depends what way you want to play it. You've got a direct route trying to use the bunker, over the top, trying to slow it up onto the green. You can see the flag in the background. The wind is left to right, so it will hold it up a little bit. Or even if you haven't got a left foot, you just try and swing it around that left-hand side, take all the danger out, and try and take a par and run. So lots of options at play. We'll see them come down and tee off in a sec. I'm just going to go and put the board back in that should be in the ground. So as we said, lots of action all over the course, but this is an exciting hole. In the background, obviously, we have the ones coming up 4 and 5 as well, and on our left, some of the seniors coming down 3. So this is a great place to set up. Again, I don't think there's any danger behind at the moment, but that buggy is probably going to need to move in the background as well. Good to play, boys. So Nick on the tee, up over. So he takes the... Oh, unfortunately, that has just caught the back of the bank. So that was the second option we gave them. You need a look. That's the furthest part of the lake, unfortunately. So Marcel is going to try and swing this in with his left foot. And that is an absolutely wonderful shot. So he's caught the top of the bank. That just needs to settle up a little bit now. And that could be very, very good. On camera, down onto the green, tracking towards the hole. I think it's just going to die with the wind and sit on the right-hand side there. But that is an absolutely fantastic shot. He'd be really, really pleased with that. Got. And then this is the first of the 3 options. I'm glad we gave the 3 options. Covered all of them there, I think. That's perhaps not one of the options we gave, but that was a right footer, being super safe, going nowhere near the lake, not even risking an outside of the right swaz, which I've done on this hole before, which does work. He's just trusting that his second shot is going to get down there. So Mark, up over. He's easily cleared that. This is the danger of the bunkers coming into play there. So it's going to run down, probably into the bunker. It's not the worst place to be. You can have a standing bunker shot to chip it out and get it running across the green. We'll see. So I think Nick there has decided, rather than get his ball or rather than take a drop out, because it's not out of bounds, he's decided to play 3 off the tee. At least allows him to put a foot golf tee under the ball to give him the height that we need. So Jan Willem from that safe side foot round. This looks very good. It just needs to settle a little bit, which I think it will. It slows up there and just rest on the bank. So probably that just rolled away to the right-hand side. So sensible. He's given himself a little bit of work to do for a par, but that's the...
After this one, what we're going to do is we're going to follow the team in red over to the left side. They're going to come over to 4. So Jake, probably what you can do in a minute is move to the green at 4, because you should be able to get the tee off as well. Sam, if you come back up towards 5, that'd be ideal.
So Nick's 3 off the tee ended up through the back of the bunker in the trees down here on the left. Going to play, it's just checking his line. It's just moving a bit of broken tree out of the way, which he's entitled to do in his line. So across the green, it looks as though he's hit it right. I think he's looking to use the bank to turn off and come back left. I don't think he had a direct line at the flag, so that was the reason for doing that. So Marco Eaglestone, bunker shot, chips it out, running towards the hole. This could be what he needs. Oh, Mark has had no luck in these last few holes, unfortunately. But that should be a tap in from there. So the group leading their buggy to come round to hole 4. So after this, we'll try and maneuver around. There's a group behind us coming down as well. So we say action everywhere this morning. I think he's under hit that, unfortunately. It's a tricky putt, but everything's falling to the right hand side in that bowl. And finished off nicely. Across the green, he's walking after it. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. It's going to turn hard, and it drops. Marcel will be happy with that. So Nick, this is Jan Willem, who took the safe approach off the tee, has got a par putt here. And finished off nicely. So mark to finish. Let's hope this one goes in. So I've not seen anyone had as much bad luck in the last 3 holes or so as Mark. We'll be looking to take this, and then they move on to the back end of the course, onto hole 9 and beyond. So we're going to wander around, and I think we're going to pick up the senior group coming through. I think we got the top 2 senior groups coming through. I think the other one's slightly behind at the moment. We're going to wander over to hole 4 and 5. Just going to get behind the green. I think we've got a camera going down to see with the tee off. It's great to see so many people watching the game from the side of the course this weekend as well. Unfortunately, some of them will just need reminding where to park their buggies and where not. These balls have a tendency to go everywhere all over the course, especially when Joe Carter's playing. So we just need to make sure that the buggies are positioned correctly. Mark Coates this year, to my right, has been allowed back in a buggy after ditching the whole buggy in the water at Oakwood last year. So I'm not sure how he's been allowed back in the buggy, but he has. So we're not going to be following the team up on 5. But as we say, so we'll just describe this hole for you a little bit. So this is hole 4. More jeopardy here. So it's almost a mirror of the one going down, but it's an elevated tee box. So the tee box on 4 is behind the lake as we look. You can see the senior group walking up to the tee now. So we're just going to get a signal and come around the back of the green. Looking for the signal to be better rather than my face, I think. Not a lot I can do about that. So on the tee box now, we have the group, which is the second senior group of Gary Fisher, Paul Hammond, Paul Bolton and Glyn Cook. So Bolton off the tee first with a really, really good shot. So again, for the avoidance is the out of bounds on the left here. It's trying to get that strong tee shot up to the middle of the fairway. With the wind today, they're easy reaching in 2 up onto the green here. So left foot from Glyn Cook. Very, very familiar style. Bag over his shoulder. Holds on to the bag while he plays and swings the left foot at it. Say these... I'm not just saying it because I'm one myself, but the seniors tend to be a lot more sensible when they're playing these holes. Again, the men have a tendency to try and be big and try and be erratic with the tee shots, and as we saw earlier, there's a tendency for that to travel out of play. So that was Paul Bolton actually last off the tee box there. The first one we saw was Gary Fisher. This is a really good, strong group. So this is the second senior group. What they'll be looking to do today is trying to really get the birdies and put a challenge on the ones ahead. There's only 4 or 5 shots separating the top 10 players. So birdie here or birdie there, and you're right back in contention. As a reminder, this is only round 2 of 3 rounds. So yesterday, the seniors were on Forest. Today, they're back on Oakwood. And all of the finals here are back on Oakwood tomorrow. So Paul Hammond. Right to left. Good skip off the bank. Probably needs to turn in. This could be very, very good. He's got enough of the bank that it's going to turn in. I don't think he's got the pace, though. As we said earlier, it's just a bit lush there. It's all going to stop. Not quite enough, but very, very sensible. Taking a 3 and running on this hole is very, very good. Not really going to get a 2 unless it's a worldie. And you get very, very lucky. But you can easily get a 4 or a 5 and beyond. So Hamo will be very happy if this goes in. Hits the flag, and it does. He doesn't miss those. So Gary Fisher. Again, he's seen what that does. He might come a little bit nearer this side. Yeah, right to left. Misses the bank completely. This will spin round in the bowl unless it climbs up too much. Oh, it's just about held on. So that's going to have a little bit more pace running down. The wind's just picked up as well. It's a good shot from Gary. He's been a very, very good footballer as well. Very good with his feet. Lovely guy. He's here with his son this weekend. So Gary to finish. I'm not sure if he could wear any more red today, including the red on his ball. And in it goes. Be looking for a very good player. Be looking to try and catch that lead group and be out last tomorrow. So Paul Bolton, fellow director and board member of the Foot Golf Association of England. Gone a little bit further wide. Oh, and that's just hit the bank and died, but it's got enough topspin to carry on. That's ended up in a good position. I don't think he watches these back, so he probably won't see me commentating, but I was worried when it came off his foot. But he knows what he's doing. So Glyn Cook, there we go, look, right hand holding on to his bag as he plays. Swings it up and over. Up into the bank. Again, we know it's not going to come down, but it's going to give him a very good birdie look. Again, so sensible. So many people say boring foot golf is the best way to play. And I'm not saying Ben Clark plays boring foot golf, but, you know, to go around Oakwood without a bogey, 4 under par yesterday, the likes of John Neal, KBM, 6 under par. It's, you know, it's avoiding the bogeys, certainly avoiding double bogeys, and you put yourself in with a chance. There are birdie opportunities here. Some of them are easier than others. Bolts to finish. No messing about there. And down they go to hole 5. So we're going to follow this group. They're just going to go down to the 5 tee box. So we'll walk up to the green on 5, where the group ahead are finishing. It looks like the figure of Tony Robinson just putting out at the moment. So we'll just walk up and get into position. That goes in. So I do miss playing, but I'm not doing it as much these days. Not as fit as I used to be. So it's one of those things you need to do regularly to be good at. But what a great weekend away, seeing everyone, being part of the organising team, even the little part of it. Paul Bolton and Sarah Bolton doing the lion's share of work. It's great to have the team from Seth Conway Media here this weekend as well. setup we've got here is working really well. So you can see the conditions. It helps when it doesn't rain with all this technical gear outside. We've got all the buggies here set up and going. So stay with us for the afternoon. We've got lots of footage coming. We can see them tin off down on the tee box. Just going to go and check the monitor. You can see it's there's some big hitters in this group. Gary Fisher has always been good off the tee. So if we hang around here, we should see them. Their second shot's reaching us. Maybe the outside chance of an eagle from one of these skillful players. I mean, look at the setting as well. The hills in the background. Blue skies. What's not to love? Paul Bolton up the middle of the fairway. All in a fairly similar position there. The ones on the right-hand side as we're looking, the left-hand side of the fairway, probably a better angle, but none of them are reaching. This next shot's all about getting it in the right position for the eagle shots and finishing off. And you'll notice here that the buggies never go ahead of play. So again, another one of it's more than etiquette. I wouldn't say it's etiquette. It's to save any penalties or dramas. The buggies should be no further than the line of ball in play. If these buggies come and parked up here, and any of those balls hit the buggy, there's penalties involved. So keeping the buggies level or behind play. Paul Bolton to play. We're looking to try and get it up just short of where we are probably. It's uphill. That's a great position. We're going to get a great shot of them playing their third shots, which are their long eagle chances. So Glyn Cook. Big hit. Right to left, swinging it in. Again, just slightly further advanced than Bolton's there. Not a lot. Hamo does love a body warmer as well, or a gilet, as they call them these days, I think. I'm surprised it's still on in this weather. Another great shot. So again, just like in golf, the one furthest away from the hole goes. So Gary Fisher was longest off the tee and would hope to get further ahead than these. Over the top, right to left, unless that hits one of the balls, which it skips past, that's gone absolutely miles. And that is a great shot from Gary. So from not being too far forward from them after the tee shots, he's gained an extra 20 or 30 yards there. So absolutely great shot. We got that one as well. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. I'll explain later. On camera. I'm not commenting. Did you eagle that? Did you? Makes up for the one back there. What's with the golfers? I've just seen the message. It's kids for them. So it's not golfers, it's kids in camouflage. Yeah. So back on. Apologies there. I think the mic went off and the camera would have picked up Paul Bolton's eagle, but my commentary wasn't there to back it up. So Gary Fisher trying exactly the same. Uphill. Knows the line. Strong side foot up the hill. It's got to go. I'm not sure it's got the pace. It just drifted off to the left-hand side. So Bolton with the advantage there. So how's your round going so far today, Paul?
Steady away. Steady. I think nothing special. Nice little lucky eagle. You know, we're not going to dress it up, but it's good. The course is really good. The course is brilliant, in fact.
Yeah, like everyone that I've spoken to said about how great the course is.
The group started well, to be fair. Hamo's started very strong. Glenn's back on it. So yeah, as a group, very good.
And I think that's what needed sometimes. The group, doing well together, pushing each other on, hopefully putting some pressure on the group behind you.
Yeah, I think it's been good so far. And the weather's perfect.
Yeah, look great.
Perfect. So
good luck for the rest of the round, and we'll catch up with you later on.
You will. Enjoy.
Okay. So Hamo looking to finish off. This one's gone past the hole. So unfortunately, as he comes back, it's drifting. So a simple lip out, unfortunately, has cost him an extra 2 shots there. So perhaps we spoke too soon. Hit the flag, get it in, chin up and move on. Yep, it goes in. He'll be a little bit disappointed, but he's got the quality and the skill to get that back. So Glyn Cook. Head down, straight the flag, and in it goes. No messing about there. So these boys will come and get their buggies. I think we're going to pick them up on 6 next. I'm going to stay here and watch it on the monitor and commentate there. And then we've got the lead senior group behind that we're going to follow. Up 5 and 6 and down 7 as well before we move on to the rest of the course.
So yeah, after this team goes through 6, guys, stay where you are, and then we'll pick up the...
So we're going to pick these boys up over on the tee box on 6. So you heard from Paul Bolton there. The conditions are perfect. The wind's picking up a little bit, which is going to come into play this afternoon. But you couldn't ask for better. No rain, a little bit of wind. The course in absolutely perfect condition. And that's what we want. We don't need... It's difficult for players when conditions are changeable throughout the weekend and that the course can be used as an excuse. This is purely about foot golf. This is purely about the skill and the ability of the individual. Nothing else comes into play. So what we'll do is we're going to hang about here at the media centre, as we're calling it. We're going to see the second group of seniors teeing off on 6, which Paul Bolton's doing now. And then we'll give you a rundown of the leaderboard of these seniors. So it puts a bit of context to what we're showing. So I'll go and do that from that media centre now. Thank you for joining us. As a reminder, this is round 2 of the English Open from the Manor and Ashbury Resort. Looking back at the 6th tee. This is the English Open from the Kelme National Tour. I'm just going to go and find the leaderboards for you and bring you up to date with some of the scores from all across the course. So Glyn Cook going to walk to mark that. That obviously means it's a very good shot. Again, no point running. Save the legs. So let's have a look at the English Open scores to see where we are. So Glyn Cook played well. So Gary Fisher, right to left. It's tracking towards help. It's just going to come up the bank and settle back down. He'll be happy with that. That should be a nice tap-in birdie for him. And then Paul Hammond to play. Be looking to try and grab a shot or two back here. So swinging it in, right to left. It needs to settle a little bit. It's a little bit pacey. Unfortunately, that's just gone over the back. So we'll trying to get a signal on these scores. There are a million advantages for being at a course like this, and the one disadvantage is maybe the signal. Okay, so we'll bring you an update to the men's scores first. The leaders are through 5 holes. John Neal 1 under through 5, Cole Baker 1 under through 5, and Tom Stott 1 under through 6. So they are at 7 under, 7 under, and 5 under respectively. Samo and Ben Clark have started the day a little bit slower, 1 over par through 5. So that makes up the top 5 of the men. Let's go to the seniors, which are the 2 groups we're following around this part of the course. Mark Nicholson is 1 under through 3, so remains a 1-shot or has a 1-shot lead over DJ Hamilton. So DJ started the day at 2 under par, and so unfortunately 2 over for the first 3 holes. So back to evens for DJ. Also even through 3 and even overall is William Morrison, who was last year's senior winner. And then we have Gary Fisher and Paul Bolton at 1 over par. So those top 5 are only separated by 2 shots. So everything to play for. Absolutely everything in play. The ones behind that are 2 over and 3 over. So there's actually only 4 shots separating the top 10 players in the seniors. So that is extremely exciting. I'm glad we're here to follow it. The men that you saw before, despite Mark Eagleston's tree hitting and trouble coming down earlier, he is evens for the round and 1 under overall, joint lead with Jan Willem from the same group. Derek Mills is 2 over for the day, and Mike Stokes is even on 5 under. So Mark Eaglestone and Jan Willem in pole position there. In the junior section, they're nearly finished their round. They were out early this morning. Connor Bennett has had an absolutely amazing round. So he's 5 under through 16 holes. That puts him at 12 under overall. That's a 7-shot lead over Kyle Dunn from Ireland. So Kyle and his dad over this weekend from Ireland, which is great to see. And a shot back, Jamie Hammond on 4 under and Harrison Baker on 4 under. So Connor Bennett, after 2 rounds, looking in a very, very strong position, with Kyle, Jamie and Harrison looking at trying to put some pressure on tomorrow on the women scores. Claire Williams is 3 over for the day, but still has a 6-shot lead over Michaela Hill at 5 over par. And Joe Carr is in 3rd place there at the moment. So this is the action. We're in exactly the right place for this closely contested senior men's competition. as we can see, they've just finished up on hole 6 at the back, and we'll move on. And we're going to pick up the lead group of seniors. So Mark Nicholson. This is the eagle putt that Bolt sank. It's chasing up the hill. We've seen a lot of those just drift about 2 or 3 foot left, but that will sit in there nicely. Good shot from Mark. It's familiar swagger walking up the fairway. So as we said, strong group. So 80 Burns. Knows what he needs to do. Just give it that little bit more. You don't want to go too far past, but never up, never in. Good side foot. Again, I think that's just going to fall under the hole. It's going to be, as we said earlier, what we called a good leave, but he's left himself 6 or 7 foot. 80, a familiar figure on the circuit. I think if you put a pair of glasses on him, it'd be an absolute spitting image of me. But a much better foot golfer, obviously. And William Morrison stepped into that and just seemed to come off his heel a little bit as it went up. It picked up off the ground and a lot of pace, and he's left himself in a very, very awkward position. That's going to be a tricky downhill putt with the wind coming down as well. So we'll see this play out, and then we'll stay with these 2 groups first through these first 8 holes, and then we'll take a short break. But we've got a good 20 minutes, half hour coverage on this section to keep us going. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate your support and your comments and feedback. So DJ Hamilton, and again, we've seen it. If you go high and leave it high, it's dangerous, but seems, I mean, that's, didn't see what it was off the tee or where he is, but he's going to mark that. If that's not a birdie putt, it will be a par putt. But this is definitely a hole to look for a birdie, and as we saw with Paul Bolton, even an eagle. So William Morrison, turn hard. Oh, it's just run over the hole. So that's the trouble with going past, especially if you're at the angle. Going past straight isn't too bad, but again, he's 12 foot past there. It should be fairly straight and uphill. So William to play again. So Mark Nicholson ticking along nicely. He'll be really happy with that. He's under par on the day and leader so far. So that's a disappointing hole from William Morrison. He'll be really disappointed with that. A man with a great hit on him and a lot of quality. So Eddie Burns, up it goes, hits it straight, in it goes. Nice from AD. So DJ to finish. Again, you can overread these sometimes with the greens. This has got to be a firm pace at the flag. Nothing left or right. And it drifted left, but in it goes. Again, probably needed a little bit more pace. So Mark, it's been a good hole for him. I believe this is a birdie putt. This will take him to 2 under. And he'll be really, really pleased with that. So I think that was 4, 5, and 6. I think Mark got a 4, AD probably a 4, DJ a 5, and William Morrison a 6 there. So we're going to see where we are. We're going to follow them up to the tee box. Beside us coming the other side, I can commentate while we're waiting for those to get to the tee box. But that is a absolutely brilliant shot from Paul Hammond coming down 7. he couldn't have left that any better. He's left it about 4 or 5 foot past the hole. But we'll get back onto this par 3. This is where the action is. This is where our leaders are, and the chance of a hole in one. So this is chasing across the green. That's gone a little bit too far left. We've seen quite a lot of them go over there. The wind's tracking slightly that way, but it's definitely a shot you need straighter on. That's a great camera angle of the ball chasing through. That's a lot straighter. It's going to have a chance to, it's just going to drift off to the right hand side. So that should settle back down nicely. So DJ Hamilton. Right to left, there's a lot of air on that one. That looks pacey. But using that left-hand side, it's going to take all the speed out of it because that's where the rough is. So probably further away than he wanted. I think he just dragged left and lost the speed that it needed. So William Morrison looking to bounce back. Just picked up something on the way through there and bounced, but this is the... Yes. So nothing spectacular. They'll be looking to try and snatch a birdie here and gain a shot on the field. So just looking back, just waiting for the leaderboard to update. So we confirm Mark Nicholson did birdie 3.
You can now move to your position.
And he did par 4, and we believe he birdied 5 as well. So Mark having a really good weekend so far. But with Gary Fisher, DJ Hamilton, William Morrison, Paul Bolton, Sam Johnson and Glyn Cook and A.D. Burns chasing him down, that's 8 very, very strong players that are going to remain in contention for the weekend. This isn't 2 rounds. As a reminder, this is 3 rounds. They've got another round tomorrow on this course, which will be a bit later in the day. Sunday, we'll probably see a few red outfits. Today seems to be greys and beiges in this group. So, birdie putt. DJ Hamilton is tracking in, hands on hips, looking at it. Is it going to get there? Is it going to? It's just fallen left at the last minute, but a good putt. He'll take that and move on. And being the big hitter he is, he'll be looking to try and get an advantage coming down 7. So we just need to get a signal and wait for these scores to update. Again, just runs past the left edge, but nothing silly. All very sensible, and he'll pop that in. So, A.D. Burns. William Morrison in. Little clap of the hands. Now it's A.D. Burns' turn. And in it goes. So these guys will move on over to the 7th tee box, and we'll see them come down the fairway. Or halfway between 7 and 8 with your roving.
Yeah,
Then we can see them cutting out on here.
Yeah,
and
so
see them teeing off.
yeah. It's just whether we've got the time. If they're going to get back.
And where we are at the moment.
We've got Sam at
Oh, yeah.
tee offs now.
Yeah.
I don't think we get anything down. So Sam can come back down. Sam is getting in position Sam is getting green on field
Mhm.
from his position on the green.
Mhm.
So if he comes down.
Well, does Jake want to go down there now? Can
Well-
Jake go down there now?
What I would suggest is if you go mid-course here, then once you're teed off, you can just be on, watching as they do the next shot in, and get Sam all the way down. Sam can move all the way down, all the way down
Okay.
to the bottom.
Mhm.
I mean, unless you just don't want the tee off, you just get Sam down there now. Because obviously they're going to tee off now. It's just
Oh.
Sam's the only shot we've got.
Oh.
Let's just finish in the tee off.
Yeah.
Then you two
So
come to the
you would have seen that, and we've seen it from down in our position, but the ball went into the tree, and I don't think we saw it down. So that's going to be interesting. So yeah, no, it's good to have the camera up on this tee off, and then we'll follow them down the course as the group ahead look to navigate the lake on hole 8.
We're not going to be in time for them, so we'll concentrate on
I can
this.
just stick all of it.
So the second group ahead, Glyn Cook, you might have heard a little bit of a scream, tried a left foot around the lake, and unfortunately he's caught the bank and the reeds and gone in the water. So not what Glyn Cook wanted. The scores haven't updated on the app yet either. So we'll just check with this group come down that we're good with that. I think that's William Morrison that's walking towards the tree. Just need to see if he can find it. He's reaching in there somewhere. I think unfortunately that is going to be a drop. So AD Burns gone to help as well. There's plenty of trees all over this course. It's like a massive parkland, but not many of the balls actually end up in them. They're normally on the extremities of the course rather than coming into play. I think that one was right of the tree that's in line on the course. So 2 meter relief, no near of the hole is the rule for that. So you can see he's managed to get it out to the side, but this will now be for 3 rather than for 2. So not the result William wanted. But this is a great shot, and I think he's used a bit of his frustration on there to hit that a long, long way. And if that gets over the ridge, it will start turning left towards the hole. So we'll be pleased with that.
Yep, Sam, you get to move now.
So DJ Hamilton.
Nice one, thanks, mate.
It's just got the left-hand side of that ridge, which is the right way to do it, and it's traveling. Needs to go. As we've seen, you need it on the green or past the green even to give yourself a chance. If that goes in, it's fine. If it misses, there's a little bit of trouble there. So AD Burns from the right-hand side. It's got a bit of Teletubby hills to deal with. He's threaded it nicely through the middle, but I don't think it's got the pace again. It's going to run down just past William Morrison's ball. Oh, that's going and going and going, and it's turned heavy there. Wow, what looked like it wasn't going to reach has picked up a lot of pace, and that's a great shot from AD Burns. Didn't think that was getting there. So our leader, Mark Nicholson. He's seen what that does, but does that make it harder or easier? So very, very similar line. This could be very good. It's going to turn onto the green. I think it's just going to settle there. And that is an absolutely brilliant shot from Mark Nicholson. Our senior leader has literally guaranteed himself another birdie. Mark, keep going, mate. Playing well.
Who's doing live in your group?
So we'll just get ready to get these in position.
I had already opened it. But I get one your scores update when you're out. Just these the last few I know.
Sorry for the slight break there. There was a bit of a problem with their scores updating, so they've had to go back and do the scores for the last 3 holes. So in the next minute or so, we should have a live update on all of the senior scores to see where we are. Trouble is with commentating with the players and talking about scores is a lot of them actually don't want to know what they're scoring. They don't want to know whether they're in the lead or not. So DJ Hamilton. Downhill, needs to hit the flag and go, otherwise it's gone. Oh, and unfortunately it's gone past. Not a lot of pace there today. As we say, I've probably said it more than I should, but the greens are lush. It probably should have been marked, but William Morrison in his haste has just knocked that one past. Missed that message earlier. Flash up, Carlos, but if you're give us a chance to update the scores for you, and then we'll probably go a lot further down the course to see all of the leading groups go through. Might even be back towards the tricky part of the course through. Okay, yep, so we've picked this up down the bottom. So this is Glyn Cook. This is hole 8. Glyn obviously went in the water. He's ended up down here. Now this is a tricky hole. So right to left, navigates that really well. And on they go. So we'll bring you an update of the scores through that group through 7. They won't have updated the scores yet, and the rest through 7. So Mark Nicholson remains at 1 under par through 6, but believe he birdied 7. Gary Fisher is 1 under par today, and that was always the player that was going to be a threat, I think. So Gary Fisher 1 under par for the day and evens overall. DJ Hamilton 2 over for the day, as we said, and evens overall. William Morrison hasn't picked up from the last hole, but within a shot or two. So I think we've probably got the top 7 players all within 2 shots in the seniors. So everything to play for. That will be very exciting to follow that through later on the course. So that one just drifting out to the left-hand side. not in the bunker. So that's a nice play left to right across the green. Using the bank on the left, turn it back towards the hole. That should run down. There's plenty of speed in it. Just not quite making it down. But that's, again, very sensible place to leave it. Nothing silly here. So DJ Hamilton, I think, might be asking for one of the balls to be marked or one of the stakes to be removed. Stakes can be removed here if they think they're going to be impeding the shot, as long as they put them back in afterwards. It's absolutely fine. So, Hamilton to play. Looking to use his left foot outside of the right, over the corner, down the hill. And that's just going to track inside of those. Very similar positions. So, yeah, just to confirm the score's updated. Mark Nicholson did birdie that. So, he's 2 under for the day through 7. 2 under overall. 2 shots ahead of Gary Fisher and Adi Burns. And 1 shot further back is Paul Bolton and DJ Hamilton, with the group on 2 over par behind them. So that is the best of the lot. It'll just roll back towards the edge there. There's a little bit of a lip up. So that will just settle back in. So we'll watch this play out and move on. This is getting very, very interesting indeed. We'll just go back to the leaderboard while we wait for them to come down. So John Neal is 2 under for the day with a 1-shot lead over Cole Baker, who has a 1-shot advantage over Tom Stott. Novosad, our friend from Argentina, and Samo from Slovakia are 4th and 5th. Tied 5th with Samo is Ben Clark on 3 under. So 5-shot gap between John Neal and Ben Clark. Further shot back to Neil Shave and Josh Patton, who started well with 2 under par through 10 for the day. So there's a top 10 there. Steve Bastin, Callum Haig just sit below them. So a very, very strong top 10 from all over the world in the men's category as well. So everything to play for this afternoon to be in the best possible position, ready for Sunday. I think the idea for Sunday for all of these is chasing those scores down to try and get in that top group. They're really going to be pushing each other along. That's not to say the chasing group aren't going to come from behind and win. It's so close that it's absolutely anybody's game, and I'm excited already for what tomorrow, this afternoon and tomorrow can bring. So a little bit short there, a little bit of work to do from Mark. In the background, show them all the setup. So just past the pin there, that will roll back. But again, the conditions are, despite the weather we're having around the country, are the grass is a little bit sticky in a really, really good way. So that's not, the banks there are protection for stop and go over the back, but there's no advantage to use them and roll back this year. So going for the hole is definitely the play rather than trying to use the bank. So Adi Burns across the green. Just fall into the right. Again, pacey, but it will roll back and just settle in. So Mark Nicholson left himself a little bit of work to do on this one. William Morrison to play next. As AD finishes off. So across the green, this looks straight. Oh, it's just died right at the same time, right at the very end. And that's a common trend on those putts across the green. It's very, very hard to. It's almost a camber running across it. You're either going to fall slightly right or left. It's very, very hard to play it in the hole from there. So William finishes off. So Mark with a little bit of work to do here. Doesn't want to drop a shot. He's seen the others tracking across. So let's see what he can do here. Sets off. He likes it and it hits the flag and goes in, and that's a really good putt. Not great pressure, but a little bit of pressure there. Doesn't want to drop a shot. Knows he's playing well and takes that on. So what we're going to do now is relocate the media center. We've had 2 hours of great footage brought to you by the team. So we've bringing you some drone footage now. So as we move on, we've got some great drone footage of the course just to show you the landscape around it and the condition of the course. So hope you enjoy this drone footage. We're going to leave this running and then close the broadcast while we relocate. We're going to keep the broadcast going while we relocate, and we're looking at picking up the back side of the course for this. So we've got a tricky section, which is now going to be 9 through 15 on the back section. Lots and lots of water. And we'll pick you up the other end. So thank you very much. And we will come back live again shortly. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to our live coverage here of the English Open. We've just relocated. It's Seth Conway on the mic with you just for a moment while we get ourselves fully into position. But we're looking to bring you coverage of the lower section of Oakwood. Steve Groombridge will be back on the microphone soon as we bring you coverage of this lower section. We are looking to bring you coverage of holes 12 through 15. Just getting ourselves repositioned. So we're covering the action here. We're going to cover 12 and 15. We don't have to. We will test it first. Yeah. If it's not working, we can move it. No, it makes more sense. I can see both holes. Yeah. We're just going to relocate again. Apologies for that, but having just seen where the players are playing at this moment, we're going to look to cover holes 12 and 15 for you so we can give you some really good coverage. So we're actually going to keep the signal going while that happens. We'll do our best to just walk with the cameras to get down to 12 and 15. So we'll be able to see some decent bits of action coming through. Okay, so we're going to just relocate again. So bear with us for 5 minutes and we will be back again with the live action at that point.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sound. Well, as you can see, we've moved position further down Oakwood. We're in the back section of Oakwood, which is the holes 12 through to 16, a really treacherous part of the course. I think anyone coming out at par around here is going to be really happy. So let's see how they go. We're just watching a very tricky par 3 hole number 12. So Paul Bolton on the tee box. It's a big climb over the path, up the bank. He's gone a wrong way right there. But if that stops there, that's perfect. So really tricky hole. I think the tee box has been moved back today. So Paul Hammond, side foot. The idea is to just try and get it up onto the edge of the green. That you've done really nicely there. That is a really good shot. You probably saw a minute ago that Gary Fishers didn't quite make the bank and came down. So you can see Gary there. That's for 2. He's got to try and navigate over the path, over the bunker, up the hill. And when it hits the bank on the hill, it's going to be, needs to get topspin and get up to the back of the green. He tries to chip and a Swazi one. It's got a bounce. It's hit early, but that is a very good shot. That is an unbelievable recovery. And I think if he taps that in for a par and walks away, he'll be very happy. So we'll see this group through and finish off, and then we'll flick round to see them coming down 15, which is a long par 5 surrounded by water. It's a really difficult position, but we'll watch this group finish off. I'll say we're on 12 through 16, really difficult part of Oakwood. This is make or break for a lot of them. We've still got another day to go, but this is where things can go wrong. Needs a calm head, sensible play. And if you need to take a bogey, you take a bogey and move on. I'm just looking around now. I can see 2 people climbing out of the water on 15, and I've seen 2 people climbing out of bounds on the right on 16 as well. So again, if it needs a side foot, if it needs a pass out of danger rather than trying to take it on, then it's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, I can also see a ball in the middle of the lake on 14 and drifting, luckily, with the wind towards the edge. So hopefully that player will get his ball back soon. But at the moment, that is unretrievable, been in the middle. So Paul Hammond puts his ball back down. That was a really good, strong side foot up onto the plateau at the top. As you would see, he was looking around, checking his ball because the wind is picking up. It's got windier as the morning and early afternoon has gone on, and that has just drifted below the hole. But that was a birdie shot. So Hamo to finish off. So Paul Bolton from the edge. His tee shot was a long way right. He's managed to get it up underneath the hole. So he knows what he needs to do. He's got wind behind. He needs to get it up to the hole. Turn in, and in it drops, and that's a really good recovery from there. So Glyn Cook to finish off this hole, and then we'll pan round and see the group behind. And that's just drifted left. It's a shame. It's a difficult green to read, but yeah, it just fell underneath the hole. So we'll let them move on and we will pan round to the next shot. And we can see Nick Donforio from Canada playing across the green. As you can see from what you're looking at now, that lake is big. There's a ball in it. And it's a very, very difficult one to read. Finishes off just. So Jan Willem from the edge of the green. These are the super seniors. This section we brought you so far today. Oh, that's Marcel from the back. Apologies. I didn't realise he was still playing, but it's taken a direct line all the way through and over the hole. So Jan Willem to play. I don't think he'll need to wait for that to be marked. Over the green. Tracking well. Just drifting left. That was a really good shot. Just, again, a little bit of protection there. You can't be too aggressive, but enough just to settle it in. So Marcel Lugier to play. It's got to come off the bank, drop down right to left. Difficult one to read. I think that it's going to fall away early. He's already walking after it just to tap it in. Wait for the ball to stop, which he did, and in it goes. And they tot up the score. So you can see the group behind. I think if we just pan round, you can see the difficulty that you have. So everything is right to left as we're looking, left to right as the foot golfers see it. And I think you can see Paul Parker probably stepping down into the water to get his ball. The sensible play here is certainly at the path, along the path, or to the right of the path. But it's so difficult to do from the position you're at.
Cut to 12.
Oh, so this is up on 12 now, and unfortunately that has just run down the hill. It's just gone behind one of the buggies. Again, really, really difficult tee shot. So the leader from earlier on, Mark Nicholson, left foot up the hill. It needs to climb, and it does. That needs to stay there now. Just needs to settle in. I think that stopped. He'll be relieved that that didn't come down the hill. Adi Burns is just going to come over and mark that. So we'll give you an update to the scores again in a minute. We'll just follow these round. So DJ Hamilton, right foot, strong punch. Up the hill, over the right-hand edge of the bunker, tracking across the green. And that's a really good shot. It's easy for things to go wrong, but that is just a really sensible play. Strong side foot, left edge of the bunker, getting it tracking up and over the green. Easy to say, harder to do. So William Morrison up the hill. It's made it up. It's tracking over. It's just gone through the hole. I don't think that's going to come back towards the hole. I think that's going to turn slightly away. So just marking that there. So Mark Nicholson will come back. He's had a good look at this. We'll see what's happening ahead. Probably not looking at the scores. I don't think he's one for checking the leaderboard. So just going to concentrate on his game. So as we've seen with the others, it's just going to fall underneath the hole probably. I think some just slightly under judging it. So since we last spoke, the leaderboard has changed a bit with the senior men here. So Gary Fisher is 1 under for the day and evens overall. Mark Nicholson, who was 2 under earlier, is back to evens and therefore even overall, with Paul Bolton and Glyn Cook both 1 under for the day, therefore 1 over and 2 over respectively, with Eddie Burns at 2 over and DJ Hamilton at 3 over. So that top 6, only 3 shots in it, and several others on 4 over, just behind Justin Yeats, Sam Johnson, Paul Hammond and William Morrison. So there's top 10 again, all within 4 shots. Very exciting, everything to play for. So AD finishes that nicely. So I could really do with this one going in. Oh, he toe poked it and sort of stepped away, almost with trepidation that he was worried about it almost before he hit it. So we'll look to finish that off and then mark. So close at the top. As we said earlier, the threat was always going to come maybe from the group behind. Gary Fisher has been on great form lately. Paul Bolton knows his way around this course. A very experienced player. So Mark finishes off, and we'll just flick the camera around at this point just to see what's going on at the hole there. So what you can see here is a bit of a hazard. So we're looking back at 15 at this point. It's a very, very tricky hole. As we said, the tee box is behind the tree on the left-hand side. Not sure you quite see the tops of the buggies over there, but it's a long par 5. Comes all the way out onto the grass. But the play is, it sounds silly to say it out loud, the play is avoid the water. It's difficult with the slope that you have. So you need to, first shot up towards the path, second shot up towards the path, and almost be as far right of it as you can. There's no need to go low on the hole and to go near the water there. I think you can see a ball just sat behind the tree there. So I think we're just waiting to find out what to do. I've just noticed there's a player behind the tree as well. And very, very sensible. That looks like Mark Coates' shadow. And safely navigated onto the green. I'm not sure if that's where his ball ended or whether that's a drop from the hazard. So he'll have to come and mark that because it's on the green. And then you've got Nick Reynolds thinking about a right foot swaz. I think anything that brings it back to the water from there is probably not the most sensible play. I think as Mark has done there, the play is just get it out to the back of the green here, even further on, takes all the danger out of the lake and anything from behind. So we'll watch Nick Reynolds from Wales play this shot. He's probably got to be aiming for Mark Coates for me, but let's see. He does. Plays it exactly at Mark Coates. And as I said, there's plenty of protection there. Sensible play. It's only going to turn back to the hole from there. And he gives himself a much easier next shot. So Joe Carter loves the colourful outfit. 2 different colour pinks in his lower half today. And he has gone outside of the foot. So this is an aggressive play. It's far enough up compared to the other two, that I think the danger wasn't there. And the only trouble with that is that he's got danger behind with no protection. But close enough to be sensible. Doesn't have to take any risks from there. I think they're talking about the scores. I think this hole is one that people would love to take a par on. I think there are 6s and 7s and 9s and double digits on this hole. It's a very difficult hole unless you're more than ultra sensible. So the group we just saw included Jan Willem Arsen, and he is in fact leading the Senior Plus men's category by 3 shots ahead of Derek Mills, who is ahead of Mark Eaglestone, and then there's a 5-shot gap. So at the moment, at least for round 2, with 3 holes to play, Jan Willem Arsen even, and Derek Mills 3 over, Mark Eaglestone 3 over. Look as though the ones that they're going to be in contention going into tomorrow's 3rd round. So Mark Coates, very sensible. Left to right's tracking. This does look good. It's just drifted right of the hole at the end, but the pace was absolutely good. So Paul Parker, left-footed, left foot wand, or wander as he calls his left foot. Don't know many foot golfers that have nicknames for their feet, but Paul Parker is one of those. And he goes. So Joe Carter, I think this is for a bogey, which will be a really good score for him on this hole. Really good score for most people on this hole. So the wind just getting up a little bit. I think it's just looking at where he plays. Steps in. As he hit it. Oh, a little bit more pace than that would have gone in. It's just drifted right. So we'll finish that off. And they'll walk away. So I'm just waiting for the... they'll clear this and go down to the tee box on 16. So we'll probably watch them tee off as we wait for the next group to come through. So this is the super senior and senior section of the course. We've seen the last of the seniors go through hole 12, and they're all on this back tricky section. Joe Carter going past us as they all make their way to the tee. So we'll probably see if we can see these tee off on 16 in a minute while the group behind make their way up the fairway. Just waiting for the buggies to be cleared. So I'll just explain a little bit about hole 16 while we're on here. This is a very, very tricky hole. It's a long uphill hole with out of bounds all down the right-hand side. There's a big bunker in front of the green, and the green is 2-tiered. So it's not only got a false front and a slope, but it's got a 2-tier green at the back, and the flag is in the top left-hand corner. So these guys will walk up to the tee box. The wind, unfortunately, is taking things left to right as well. So this needs a sensible play. Even though we look as though we're well out the way here with the camera, the play is probably up towards us. There's a patch of rough and grass the ball is going to stick in. Anything further back or right, then it's going to go back towards the buggies, back towards the out of bounds. So the sensible play is over the path up towards us and getting it to stick in the grass. And that's as far as you need to go. We go over the path, up towards the rough, and that is a really, really good, sensible shot from there. You can see the ball even rolling back from there. So nothing further right. Anything shorter and probably rolls back as well. So yeah. So left-footed. So he needs to bring this right out towards us. It swings from us back towards the out of bounds. But he's got a fairly decent length on him. So yeah, out towards us. If it hits the path, it will skip. Or it's hit the bank. But that should be long enough that it's going to stop there. It's done well to stop there, to be fair. I think it's a very, very tricky holes for the super seniors and seniors. So Mark just choosing the right place to play from. Footing is everything on this. You want to be able to give a maximum speed run up, not slip. It's gone quite direct there. Oh, he's been lucky with the bounce there, I think. I think if that had hit the top of it, that was probably out of bounds. And he's going to have to keep his fingers crossed that stops, which it does. That winter tee box you see there for the golf, that's something you want to avoid. There's too many bumps on it. There's too many lips on it. And it means your ball can end up anywhere. So Joe's going to be looking to come over towards these two balls we've just seen. And that is a really, really good hit. That is the best of the lot. And he's caught that absolutely superbly. So I think we are going to see this group through on 15 as they make their way up 16. We might be able to get their shots, but let's see what happens here. So this group have just taken some stakes, red stakes out of the ground while they play. They're all in better positions. I'm not sure if Aldous went through, so Richie Morton's just marking his ball. He was in the bunker and came out to the park. Then behind Richie Morton's head and to the right of the buggy you see there is a bunker that's slightly out of sight, but that is actually not a bad place to play. At least it sticks in there. So very sensible. I think that looks like Gary Scholes from here. Could be wrong. So, Bernie Mungame. Again, got to be aiming for that ball. Outside of the right is probably going to be a little bit aggressive. Goes for a little bit more of an aggressive line. Uses the slope to send the ball up onto the green and through towards the back. That's a really good shot. They'll be happy with that. So I think Chris went in the water, so he's gone level with point of entry, 2 meters, no nearer the flag. So it's a shot penalty for it, but again, doesn't really want to cut the corner. We want to be able to. He's taken a really tight line there, but that's going to pull round quite nicely towards the hole. Worth the risk probably after going in the water. So these boys all come and mark. I don't think Gary needs to mark that, but Richie Morton will see what he can do from here. I think he came out of the bunker and hit the edge of the path, unfortunately. It just needed another foot or so of speed to jump up over the path and come down towards the green, but he's going to send it towards now. It needs to go. I think he's probably underhit it. It was tracking nice. It just needed a bit more speed, and I'm hoping that's going to sit there, which it does. So, Gary Scholes. No relative of the more famous namesake. But altogether lovely guy. taking the side of caution a little bit on the left with the protection rather than going straight at it. I think he was hoping it was going to move a little bit more than it did, but to play. He's seen the line. I think he'll probably go a little bit straighter at it. This needs to turn. It's just going to... Yes! Great shot from Bernie. That was a really, really well played hole from what we've seen. He's played centre fairway, right of centre fairway, right edge of the green, dragged in, and putted. So I'm guessing that's a par. Richie Morton, unfortunately, just comes up a little bit short again. Apologies for the stones you see being thrown in the background. I think there's a ball in the lake they're trying to disturb. So Chris Eldous, Pedden Place Foot Golf Club fellow teammate. First met Chris 11 years ago, playing at Princess Park Dartford Football Club. So while they're fishing in the background, I think Justin Yeats is fishing in the background. We'll leave that and we'll move on from here. So thank you again for joining us for this little stretch. Lots of action still to go. As you've seen from the leaderboards, everything is close. Claire Williams doing really well in the women's event. The boys, Connor Bennett looking really good at the top after 2 rounds. The men, everything to play for. And we're going to go over and get some footage from Forest soon. As you've seen from the super seniors and seniors, really close, everything to play for. So we're going to stop the footage here and we'll have some relocation, get into a good position and see you later on this afternoon. Thank you for watching. Do I get a clap? Thank you. No one's ever clapped before. I know we've come a long way for a bit of footage, but that's a really good bit to get, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Right. Well.
All good. So, welcome back to the commentary. We are here back set up at the 18th at Oakwood. A reminder, this is the Foot Golf Association of England Kelme National Tour English Open 2026 at the Manor and Ashbury Resort down here in Devon. You join us in some wonderful conditions, fabulous course, and some amazing foot golf. We're coming back to you with an update on the scores from all of the categories across both courses. A reminder, the men today are out on the Forest course, and we'll bring you some updates on them. And then tomorrow, day 3, everybody is back here on Oakwood for day 3. So we will be here on all parts of the course here on Oakwood all day tomorrow. So we'll just bring you an update on some of the scores. So finishing earlier today were the juniors. Conor Bennett held his, actually extended his 7-shot lead to 8 shots, minus 13. Kyle Dunn at 5 under par, Harrison Baker at 4 under par, and Jamie Hammond at 3 under par. Oliver Baker and Alfie Fisher making up the top 6 there. Earlier today, the women finished as well. Claire Williams has a 5-shot lead, 1 over par compared to Michaela Hill's 6 over par, and Joe Carr making up the top 3. So we've had lots of action today from the super seniors and the seniors. We'll just give you an update on those scores before going over to the scores for the men. So tough afternoon on that back section of the course, as we saw that 12 through 16 really tough. The scores are difficult. So the super seniors today, Jan Willem Arnsen, which we've seen quite a lot of today, is 3 over for the day, but holds a 2-shot lead at 2 over par, with Mark Nicholson at 4 over par and Derek Mills at 6 over par. Mike Stokes, Manu making up the top 5, but a 6-shot gap between those. And then the men's senior themselves, these are through holes 14 and 15. So we'll get all of these coming through in the next hour or so. There are 3 men now tied at the top of the standings. Gary Fisher, Mark Nicholson, and A.D. Burns, all at evens. Paul Bolton at 1 over, DJ Hamilton at 3 over, Paul Hammond and Glyn Cook and William Morrison at 4 over par. So that top 8 within 4 shots, but the lead has closed. The lead is even, and we have 3 players at the top. So it'll be interesting to see how they navigate through the next 4 or 5 holes from there. Now on to the men over on Forest. We thought yesterday's scores were good here at 6 under. The conditions are perfect. The Forest is a longer course. Some narrow places on there, but for some of the big hitters, can avoid some of the trouble, but it still needs to be careful. But already for the day through 16, Cole Baker May is 7 under through 16. John Neal is 5 under through 16, and Tom Stott is 5 under through 16. So the scores are Carl Baker May at 13 under, John Neal at 11 under, Tom Stott at 9 under, with Ben Clark at 7 under, and Steve Bastin and Neil Shave at 5 under. That makes up the top 6. The others, there's lots around 4 under par, 3 under par. So again, everything to play for. There's no runaway leaders here. It's going to be close. The women and juniors maybe a little bit less so, but they've still got another tricky day ahead on Oakwood. So that's the roundup of the scores. We'll take you back to the live action on 18 and see these groups through for the rest of the day. So stick with us. Lots to come here at the Ashbury Resort. So you can see on screen the Senior Plus. Marcel walking directly towards the camera. He loves the camera.
That's the way I want to do it.
Jan Willem, have you got 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
You just have a little piece of the camera. When
Can we wait
yeah,
until
yeah,
the
yeah.
bell?
Hello, Mark.
5, 4.
Yeah, 4.
You go forward.
Play, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
So you not help me.
Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure.
What did you have? 4 or 5?
I got a 6.
Oh, 6.
Yeah, I got a 6 there.
You had one question. The whole, with the root,
Yes.
his ball
Mm-hmm.
was here,
Against the wood.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and my ball was like this.
So, relief?
Yeah.
No relief.
Okay. Then I have a 5, guys.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because I cannot play too, so that's.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it was really like this, eh? Not.
Yeah.
His ball, I never see it because somebody else marked it.
Yeah, yeah.
My ball was like this.
So yeah, we've looked at the rules and said if it's away from the wood, you can play it against. So we're just waiting for the camera to go on.
Yes.
How do you pronounce Jan Willem?
Jan Willem. Yes.
So you join us now with Jan Willem from the Senior Plus category, leader after round 2. Just your thoughts on your play today on the course and maybe expectations for tomorrow.
Yeah, I played well until the 16th hole, and then I made some mistakes with the nearby ball, too hard, too soft, and that was difficult. But a lot of difficult holes I played par, so I was satisfied with that. So I think I must be satisfied with my score. I don't know, +2, +3, I don't know, but I think I must be satisfied. You miss some, you make some, and sometimes I was lucky. So
I think in foot golf, especially on courses like this, you need some luck. It's
Yeah.
a very challenging course.
yeah, very challenging course. Yeah, nice course, challenging course, and a lot can happen. So, but it's very difficult with the speed. You saw this one, too speedy.
Yeah.
And then I had luck. I made the last one.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
finish for a 5.
for a 5. Yeah,
Okay,
and
so-
but I was also in the water.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the speedy is difficult.
And with the weather conditions we have, it's going to dry out even more tomorrow, so possibly faster.
Yeah. So
Uh,
I have to to play slower tomorrow.
And your thoughts ahead of tomorrow? Going into possibly as clubhouse leader, thoughts of how you're going to manage the course tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know. Am I 1 point ahead?
I think you are maybe 1 point ahead of Mark Nicholson. I think you're 3 over. Mark Nicholson is 4 over. Derek Mills 6 over. Mike Stokes and Manu 8 over.
Number 2, 1 over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, everything can happen. You can make mistakes. They can make mistakes. So easy play to play par, and then sometimes a birdie. That's and no mistakes. Yeah, that's the game. And this course, even more, I think.
Okay, look, thank you for joining us, and we wish you really good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're just waiting for some more groups to come down 18 now. We'll flip the camera around in a minute or so. We're just going to go back to the setup. We've got Seth going over to Forest course at the moment. So we're going to get some footage recorded over there, and we'll bring that back and play that to you. So we're just going to settle in on 18 and watch all of these other groups come through, bring you the action, and close out round 2 in the next couple of hours. So come back over, we'll get the camera set up, and we'll see what's going on. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, okay. Nice. We got one up there as well. Yeah. Good work. This is all on the night. This is all on. So, as we said, we've managed to get a camera back up to the top of the hill. So, Seth, Conway Media, we are at the bottom of the hill. This is looking up the top at Mark Coates. Now, this is a really, really difficult tee off. You can see the flags waving at the bottom. That's where we're based for most of this weekend. But Mark playing off to the right-hand side, and I think that's really sensible shot. We had Stephen Kennedy do that yesterday and narrowly miss a par. And that rolls fast all the way down that right-hand side. I can see it from here now. So whilst at first thought and first sight, that might not be the most sensible way to play it, it certainly avoids the water, avoids a penalty, and gives you another option. So that right-hand side actually comes down the first fairway. And you can see this one, and see they've taken the other approach, and I think that has gone straight in the water. So that's the trouble with that. I think that play down the right hand side, there's hands on heads up there as well. So risk or reward, I guess, is the name of the game. It's if you don't want to take the risk, if there is any doubt about carrying that pond, then it's trying to pass down the path. It's trying to pass down one. It's trying to do whatever you can to avoid getting wet, to avoid penalties and drop shots, especially at this stage of the competition. As we've summarized, things are very, very tight, very, very close. and going in the water at this stage. So as you probably can't quite see on that camera, but Mark Coates has just played down one. We'll come back to the others for example, and you can see someone climbing out of the water there on the right hand side of the pond as well. So I think that was Paul Parker at the top part of the pond, left foot, swinging it down as far as he can. That's tracking down into the middle of the fairway nicely. So Nick Reynolds to play. He was the one that went into the second pond. Strong right foot shot. That's a really good shot chasing down. I'm not sure it's got enough to get up onto the green, but it will sit there on the edge and give him a putt up and across the green. So out on fairway one, the lonesome figure of Mark Coates, playing it up through the trees. So again, that's be his fourth shot next. That's his par shot. If he gets that up and pops it in for a bogey, that's not a bad place to go, given all of the hazards and the people that have been in the water there. So this is the 10 a.m. group this morning. So behind this, there is another 5 groups that will see us out on this side of the course for today. As we said, we're going to have some footage coming back over from Forest later on for you as well. At the moment, we'll concentrate on this side. So Joe Carter, far left of the course, right as we're looking, plays it up and to the green. Doesn't quite make it onto the front edge of the green. So Paul Parker to play. Surprised he's not got that ball marked. It's not on the green, but just about comes inside it. Running up. That will just settle in there nicely. As long as it doesn't roll backwards, which it hasn't. So Paul will be happy with the shot, but probably not happy to go into the drink. Yeah, Mark Coates to play. This was down the right-hand side, so this would be a great 4. That was a really well-played shot. I think it's just gonna, he's up. It's gonna turn back towards the hole slightly from here. Just settle right on the front edge. Really, really sensible shot. And I think that is a play that more players should really think about, coming down that right-hand side. It almost guarantees you a bogey, outside chance of a par, but it takes the water, both parts of the water. And I've just heard something crashing in the background. I'm not sure if someone has gone in the tree off of the tee up behind us. Nick Reynolds puts it close, sharing that unfortunately he's had a couple of drops on the way down the hill. So Joe Carter, that needs to go. The line was absolutely bang on. It just ran out of steam a little bit and died towards the end. Oh, and there's another one at 18. And I'm not sure which group this is. We'll have to check. But I think there's at least one, if not 2, just gone out of bounds straight off the tee on 18. So not only avoiding the pond by trying to go down the left-hand side where the path is, but also going out of bounds. But we'll come to that in a minute. Paul Parker. Straight at it, and in it goes. Wanda still works. So Coates's nightmares of the water sends him down the right-hand side. But a very good bogey compared to others that have gone out of bounds off the tee just then and in the water off the tee as well. And in for Joe Carter. Really sensibly played hole. So Nick Reynolds to finish. And in it goes. So a 7 for Nick. We'll just see what the while we're waiting for them to sort out their situation at the top of the hill. We'll just have a quick look at the scores. Someone's ball has gone an absolute mile down the middle of the fairway. And I think that was the tee shot. I think it's come off the back of the mound behind the first pond and kicked on right down the middle. So that gives them a really good chance to get up on onto the green in 2. So back on the tee box, that looks like Chris Aldous from this angle. And he's gone down the right-hand side, the same as Mark Coates. I'm not sure if that's 3 off the tee. And he's just decided to avoid any trouble at this point. So the men over on Forest have nearly wrapped up for the day. I think they are coming down 17 and 18. Carl Baker May has had an absolutely amazing round. He's 8 under through 17. I'll repeat that, 8 under through 17 on Forest. That is a crazy good score that I don't think will or has been matched by anyone else today. So Carl Baker May sits at 14 under par. John Neal is 4 shots back at 10 under par, closely followed by Tom Stott at 9 under par total. Neil Shave is at a round of 4 under, but is 6 under par overall finished. Ben Clark 6 under par overall, coming down 18. So it's going to be exciting tomorrow. The top 10 have all got a chance. The top 9 are separated by 10 shots, but there's a lot to play for in there tomorrow on Oakwood. As we said earlier, on the women's section, Claire Williams takes a 5-shot lead into tomorrow, and Connor Bennett takes an 8-shot lead for the junior section. In the super seniors that we've just seen finished and interviewed Jan Willem, he takes a 1-shot lead against Mark Eaglestone. And then there's 2 shots further back to Derek Mills and another 2 shots back to Mike Stokes and 1 Manuel Sanchez. So that top 5 there, only separated by 5 shots. And that's not a lot when it comes to Oakwood on Sunday. The men's senior, which we're looking at the moment, things are forever changing. This group, unfortunately, has had lots of trouble. There's been a couple of out of bounds, and there's been a couple of water incidents as well. So this is going to affect the scores. But we've got about another 5 groups, perhaps, of the seniors to come in here on 18. At the moment, I think the signal is probably not updating the scores, but through 14 holes, Gary Fisher, Mark Nicholson, A.D. Burns, all on even overall for 2 rounds. Paul Bolton on 1 over, DJ Hamilton 3 over, William Morrison 3 over, Paul Hammond 4 over, Glyn Cook 4 over. That makes up the top 8 there, all through 14. So I expect those scores will be updated and start coming through as they move away from the back end of the course, as this ball trickles onto the green. And that definitely, that high line definitely shortens it. It takes the slope out and it runs on, but it leaves a difficult putt. So Bernie Munjim. This is quite a long reach, but from the front edge of the pond there should be okay. We will see. I think that ball is going to have to be marked first by Richie Morton. Let's see if his marking skills are any better than his snooker skills from last night. Yeah, he managed that. So, Bernie Munjim plays it down that side. It should turn in a little bit from there, but not. So again, just on that left-hand edge of the green, ideally want to be a bit more central. So, Gary Sculls to play. It's almost a line in the fairway that you can track down, get it up onto the front edge of the green, and then just let the ball and gravity do the work. Once it gets halfway up the green, gravity will just bring it down back towards the hole. Follows the line. It needs to run fast. I think it's going to run out of speed. It's just going to, this is the slope it needs to rise over. And it does. And that will turn back towards the hole now. And it's getting better and better and better. Really good shot from Gary. That only needed a tiny little bit more pace to have a chance of troubling the hole, but he'll be happy with that. So we're down on the left-hand side on the first fairway with Chris Aldous round the back of the tree. He's got to climb the hill. This is a really good shot from down there. It's just not got enough pace, I don't think, to climb up. It is. It's just going to turn sideways, but that shouldn't go too far back from there. You get a foot or two of roll, and then he'll have a fairly straight putt in from there. So Bernie across the green. He's shaking his head already, but it will turn back towards the flag. He was a little bit unhappy with it, but just it's a good leave. I think he's just a little bit unhappy that it didn't quite pick up the intended line. It's a tough day out on this course. He finishes off. So Richie Morton from the back corner, he would have seen that. He's probably given it a little bit more. That's just going to catch the fringe and send it right, unfortunately. It's not coming back enough, but a really, really good shot. It's actually finished behind the hole from his position, so you could see it was going to turn left to right. Gave it every opportunity. So Aldous. Up towards the hole. These tend to drift left, as we've seen. That will just come back and settle in the hole, and he'll be pleased to finish that one off. And in it goes. So Gary looking to close this out. This will be a great hole. Steps into it, sends it on its way. It's drifted right. I think, unfortunately, that was right off of his, towards the heel of his foot. It just opened up his foot and just sent it slightly to the right-hand side. But it's a long afternoon for them. The group behind coming down. There's one on the fairway, looks good, but I've seen one go in the water as well. So we'll just come down and give you an update on how things are going there. Oh, so a little stutter from Justin Yeats there, just making sure he's checking his foot in. Up over the pond, he's easily cleared the first one. That needs to kick left, and that is, it needs to avoid the lake on the right. And unfortunately, it's just trickled in. The second bounce just sent it right and in. I think that was almost, well, yeah, it's difficult. There's been the last 3 or 4 groups, we've seen 2 out of bounds on the left where they're trying to avoid the lake. We've seen 2 players play down the right-hand side and take safe bogeys. But others we've just seen in this last 2 groups take a 7 and a 6 as well. So risk or reward. The wind isn't as strong today. It's slightly across, but it's sending everything back towards the pond. I think there is somebody out of bounds there as well, just digging their ball out and having to go back to the tee.
You got drink, food, yeah?
I've got water. So more trouble up on the 18th. This is going to be the course that could really upset the apple cart, with some of them either today in closing out the second round and finishing on the leaderboard, or tomorrow it will be, oh dear, that's absolutely gutting. Unfortunately, I think that is probably the second shot out of bounds by the same player. We'll have to see and come and get that. We'll check who that is in a minute. I think, given it's the yellow jersey, it could be Tony Follett, but we'll see in a minute. So hard to know what to do. I mean, the wind's almost completely died here at the moment. The flags look as though they're waving, but that's just the design of them is built that way. You can see the flag at the top waving a little bit more, but it's, the wind has definitely settled down. So I think that probably makes the players go for it a bit more. You know, the wind isn't in. They think they can clear it. So yeah, Tony Follett goes for it, tries to get it down the path. Oh, his hand's gone on his head. I think it's hit the path and ricocheted left. I think, unfortunately, that's another out of bounds. The others go to inspect where they are on the course. So Justin Yeats going to check. So just while we're waiting for them to sort themselves out, I think we've got some footage from the men over at Forest course. We've got the penultimate group finishing off, and then we have the lead group coming through. So what we'll do, there is a break behind this group as well, so we'll flick over to that. From Forest as the men close out their second round. So this is on 18 at Forest. Neil Shave chipping it over the bunker. That's the line in on this course. Most of you have seen it before. That second shot needs to be out right where the bunkers are, and then it gives you a better angle coming in. So Chris Lewis in the foreground. We have Neil Shave in this group. We have Gonzalo Novosad, and we have Tom Stott. All still in contention as far as we can see with the scoreboard so far. So it's Tom Stott from down the back left as we look. He's got to get this up a hill over the bank and then down the other side, and he's not taking any chances with that. He's probably even trying to use the bank to send it back towards the hole. Yeah, sensible. Anything short there and you're really, really in trouble. So whilst that might look a little bit far away from the hole, that is a very, very sensible shot indeed. So Novosad, very experienced, very, very good player. He knows how to play this course as well. He used the slopes so well, and it just passed the right-hand side. It's so good to have so many of the international players over here again this weekend. They absolutely love the course. And Novosad has even learned how to play snooker this weekend as well. So Tom Stott on his haunches, looking at how to play it across the green. Side foot passes it across the green. It needs to get there. It's now going to turn. Is it turning enough? And it does. It's a great finish from Tom Stott. He'll be happy with that from the position over the back. What do you say about getting out of trouble? Can he make the up and down? And he did. So Neil Shave from just off the back. It's a good angle to approach it from. It's going to go towards the hole now. It's going to turn right. It's turning, and in it goes. These are top quality, world-class players. And you can see the camaraderie again. High fives with each other. Congratulations. Chatting. It's a really, really friendly atmosphere, and although they're competing against each other, why would they not celebrate someone doing well? So Chris Lewis in. High fives all round, and they will go off and mark up their scorecards, and they will come into the clubhouse and enjoy some lunch. Okay. So we'll flick over now. Just while these are finishing off the hole still. They had a bit of trouble at the top. There was a few out of bounds. And a bit of water going on. So we've got some footage of the lead men group finishing at Forest as well. So we will get that up now and show you how that finished this afternoon, and then we will have another rundown of the scores as we close out day 2 on Forest. There's still another 4 or 5 groups to play out on Oakwood, so we will come back to that afterwards. So as a reminder, this lead group this afternoon on Forest closing out is John Neal, Cole Baker May, Samo Marinisek and Ben Clark. Anyone from that top 16 players, those 4 groups coming in, has got a chance and to be in the mix for a podium. It's such a strong field. Homegrown names, international names. The Scots always come and have a real good showing as well. Zach Mattioli from the US already looking to sign up for next year. Can't keep away from the place. John Neal laughing and joking with the camera as he goes round. So they've had a good look. They know what to do. Samo will just mark his ball on the front of the green. So from the bunker. John Neal. An absolutely amazing round yesterday of 6 under. Swazzy shot from the bunker, clips the top, needs to settle. There's a little bit of protection there, but it doesn't want to send it left down the gap. It's just going to settle in there. So Cole's ball was marked because I think there's 2 or 3 of them in the same place, so he pops it back in the bunker, and he's just seen that last shot, so we'll see what happens here. Wonder if it will just make him a little bit more cautious about the pace of things. So, oh, he's just caught the lip of the bunker, unfortunately. And it sent it right and stopped it dead. That's a little bit unfortunate. I think the first rule of playing out of a bunker is get out of the bunker, and he didn't do it, unfortunately. So Ben Clark from the same position. He would have seen that, but he doesn't need to see that really. He knows what to do, and plenty of height on that. Comes off of the back. Again, picks up pace as it comes off the back, and that just needs to settle again. It's not a bad line from the back, as we saw from Neil Shave a minute ago.
Still up top. Just off the little curve.
So Carl having a closer look, trying to work out the line, trying to work out the best way of attack to the flag. Ben comes round the back of the green. Everyone having a close look. Lots to play for. Just need to double check everything.
Yes, please, just for eyeline.
I mean, the course has been in such good condition. The quality of the play has been so good. There's been no slow play. Everyone's been keeping up. No big gaps. It's been really, really positive. So Carl Baker May from the back edge of the green across the golf green. It just popped up off of something as it went on its way. Needs to stay right. I think it's just going to fall left underneath the pin. Is it going to turn back towards the hole? Oh, it tried, but not quite there. So it will go and tap that in. Perhaps I've thought with the bunker shot was a little bit disappointing not to get out first time. So Samo backtracking across the green to look at his line. Swazzy one to get into the bank. I'm not sure if he's hit it though. That seemed to come off very, very heavy. He's probably lucky that didn't roll back. So back down on his haunches to see where this goes. I don't think that was on purpose. He's got a fairly straight shot at the flag now, but I don't think he's done that to get position. I think that's just unfortunately a miss hit. That one is short, so he walks with pace, taps it in, and I think there's some disappointment there, tapping the ball against his head to say, come on, Samo, think about it. So John Neal and Ben Clark to play out from the back. Ben to play first. You know this one goes left to right at the end, so he starts it off left. Oh, he's using the slope on the other side to turn it back in, and he's he was begging for that to go in. His whole body was leaning, waiting for it to tip it in, and it did. And who knows, at the end of tomorrow, that one shot could make all the difference. John Neal looking at the same, coming back from the other side. See, he was a little bit higher on the green, and unfortunately that's run past the hole and gone down. So just waiting for John Neal to finish this, and then this footage will be done. So once this hole plays out, this will be the end of the men on Forest, and we can come back to the live action here on Oakwood. So John Neal, unfortunately, was past the flag, came back and just... So he was finished, and they are finished for the day. Round 2 is complete. And we are back on 18. So as they make their way up to mark the ball on the green and come up, we'll give you a roundup of the scores just to show you how the men finished on Forest again. The only ones not to finish today now are the senior men, and we've got maybe 2 or 3 groups of senior men to come through. So the men on Forest, as a reminder, Cole Baker May, unbelievably finished at 8 under for the day and 14 under overall. John Neal was 4 under for the day and 10 under overall, and 1 shot back is Tom Stott at 9 under, Ben Clark at 7 under, Neil Shave at 6 under, and Josh Patton and Steve Bastin at 5 under. Good round from Christopher Anderson today at 4 under. Chris Lewis 4 under finish as well. So those top 9, there's 10 shots separate them, but there's a gaggle there between 4 under, 5 under, 6 under, 7 under, 9 and 10 with Tom and John, and 14 for Carl Baker Mays. So it's a healthy 4-shot lead going into the final round, but anything can happen. So back with the men senior, we've got 3 or 4 groups left out to play. Give you an update on that. Gary Fisher, who's coming down 18 very shortly, is 2 under for the day, which is an absolutely brilliant score. Tough test this today on Oakwood, but 2 under for the day through 17 and 1 under overall. That's good enough to give him a 1-shot lead ahead of Adi Burns, who is 1 hole further back, so could improve that yet. But at the moment, it's Gary Fisher 1 under, Adi Burns even, Paul Bolton up to 3rd place in 1 over, Glyn Cook 2 over, Mark Nicholson 2 over, William Morrison 3 over, Eamon Dunn and DJ Hamilton 4 over, and Paul Hammond making up the top 9 with 5 over. So they're all really close together. Between each position, there's literally 1 shot all the way through to Gary Fisher at the top of the tree. But there's a couple of holes still to play out on here. We'll see this through to the end. We'll see how this finishes, and then we will take a break. So that ball is unfortunately just going to fall off the back of the green. So Eamon Dunn is through the back, but we're going to turn around and we're going to see Toby Robinson. Up towards the hole. Again, familiar. It's difficult, I think, reading it from that side of the green. It looks as though it's straighter than it is, and it just pulls left at the end. So, Sam Johnson. Up over the hill. It's going to turn right, then it's going to come back towards the hole, but the pace probably just a little bit strong there. These players are, Toby and Sam are both on 9 over total, which is tied 11th. They're certainly not out of a podium position, and only 6 shots away from podium, but the rest have still got to come down 17 and 18, so everything to play for. So Eamon Dunn, tied 7th, up over the hill and just through that left edge. So Aaron Maloney, just checking it from both sides of the camera, both sides of the hole. Toe poke of the hole, steps away, admires it, and in it goes. A little fist pump and a clap. It's pumped for a good finish there with Aaron finishing well. And that might put him inside the top 10 or 12 after 2 rounds. Eamon Dunn finishes off. So we're back up to the top of the hill. So 2 groups left to go in this senior men group. The group we're looking at now is Gary Fisher, Paul Hammond, Paul Bolton, and Glyn Cook. We can see some of the balls, but not all of the balls. So we need to try and find out where they are. I'm sure the players and their direction of travel will show us where they're going. So I think, as you'll agree, it's been a fantastic morning and afternoon of foot golf. Lots of great coverage and some amazing play from the foot golfers. Really trying to give it everything ahead of tomorrow's final round. So that was Glyn Cook out of the hazard. That looks as though it was probably a dry part of the hazard. So no drop needed. The other three look as though they are in an absolutely great position. So Gary Fisher to play. Just not quite enough. I'm not sure if he was a bit far back or it just was not enough on it. But unfortunately, he's just come up a little bit short there, scratching his head. A little slap of the thigh. I think he knows. It probably should have been better. So Paul Bolton must have come down the path, I think. Out on the far right-hand side as we're looking, the left-hand side of the fairway. A lot of debris from the trees there, so just needs to find his footing. Three-step run up, punches through the ball, and that's going to travel back towards the edge of the green and come up. But I think, unless he's lucky, it's probably going to just settle back on that front edge. It might even just roll off the edge. No, it's stayed up. That's really good. He'll be pleased with that. Glyn Cook to play. Starts it off right, turning back to the left. Gets up onto the first tier, climbing up onto the second, and that will turn left back towards the hole. And that will keep going. Gravity brings it back in. That's a good shot from Glyn. So Paul Hammond stepping away. I think he likes it. I think it's just going to settle in at that rough patch at the back. It's not going to go down the back. So really good shot from Paul Hammond there. Pace really, really well. So Gary Fisher from the front edge. Let's see the angle of attack. We've seen so many balls drift to the left-hand side as it comes in. Does the right drop off? So up over the brow of the hill. The pace looks good, and again, it's just drifted left. That's going to come back and settle. It's not going to come back enough. Oh, Gary. So Paul Bottom from the front edge. He's seen that miss slightly left. Does that make him go a bit further right? I think it's made him go a little bit. It's just gone through the turn and settles on the right edge. And I think that's the trouble with this green, is that where people are going straight and it drifts left any further right, and it just doesn't catch the slope and come back. Still, that should be okay from there. Bolts would love to see this one go in.
Yes, mate. Oh, good lad.
And
Well on, Glenn.
well in from Glyn Cook. So we'll let them finish off. And then say we've got one group behind left to play. At the moment, they seem to be looking for balls out of bounds, but we'll. Oh, that turned hard right off of something there. And taps in to finish. Kept the body warmer on the whole time. Surprising, but might be a comfort thing as much as anything.
Oh, that's terrible.
And Bolton finishes off. So we'll get them to do the scorecards, and we'll try and catch a little conversation with Gary Fisher as they come off the course. Okay. Click this one.
What? While they're messing about, do a quick interview. Okay, I think they're just about to tee off again. Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
Gary.
Sorry, Gary.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's on. Can you just? Oh, it's not on. You're not on. Yeah, you're on.
Okay, so technical issues there. We're joined by Gary Fisher after his second round today. An amazing score of 2 under par. So clubhouse leader at 1 under. Thoughts on the your round today? How you've managed the course and the conditions?
Yeah, it's very hard out there, as the leaderboard shows. It's you just got to grab your par as well as you can, and then stay in there on the big holes and hopefully just try to grab birdies, but even some bogeys that you're happy with. But very, very hard, very dry, very quick. But yeah, very good. Very pleased with it, to be fair.
I mean, looking at the scores from the men yesterday, you know, we were talking about exceptional scores of 6 under. So for 2 under for you round here, you've got to be really pleased with that.
Yeah, very, very pleased. But one of the big hitters for the over 45. So, and it is a big hitters course, but you've got to be sensible where you can hit the big shots. But yeah, so no, very, very pleased with the result. But anything can happen tomorrow. Big game, big day tomorrow. So,
and with tomorrow, it's only going to get warmer. It's only going to get drier. So it's going to be testing conditions back on Oakwood. So thoughts ahead of tomorrow?
Again, probably stay as I'll play today. Stay in there, grab the pars as well as you can, and just try to get those birdies. But if you're hitting the pars, hopefully you're not losing shots on other people because they be grabbing the pars the same. So stay in it, and hopefully, you know, bring it home. So.
Yeah, like, it's really tight at the top. I think there's only 3 or 4 shots between five of you at the top. So it's going to be tough conditions, but we wish you a restful evening and all the success for tomorrow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, mate.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got one final group coming down. I think Sarah Bolton is at the top of the course. We flicked away for the interview at that point because there's been at least one, if not more, out of bounds, and all the boys are back on the tee box. I know we've got a camera up there, so thank you to Gary for the interview. You can see we've got a little bit of a crowd behind waiting to see this final group come through. So we will go back to the shot at the top of the hill and pick up this final group coming through. Thank you. So back to the top. This is William Morrison. Big hitter. It's gone out to the left-hand side. The bounce has gone in the right direction, and that is traveling right down A1 position down the middle of the fairway. I don't think he could have hit it any better than that. We've missed what was happening up there. It's a little bit far away to see who was in bounds, who was out of bounds. Mark Nicholson is just looking at taking a couple of the stakes out of the corner, which he's more than entitled to do. They need to go back afterwards, but I guess from the tee shot, if it hits them, it's going to send it into trouble potentially. So this is DJ Hamilton at the top of the hill. High in the air, looking to come round. It misses the outside of the path, drags round the corner and misses the tree on the left-hand side. So another very, very good position to be in. Stay on him for now. So stakes going back in. The players come down to no, the stakes come back out. So I think AD Burns just conscious of them being there. So plays it down, misses the lake on the right and progresses down the right hand side of the fairway. That will just pull over towards the trees. Well, thank you to Mark for putting the stakes back in. The net goes back in position. And that's the course set. Actually, there is a ball to be fished out of there. This hole, unfortunately, causing a lot of problems for the players today. So out from the left-hand side, just behind the buggy, you can't quite catch them. It's Mark Nicholson playing it back into play. So Sam will pack up at the top of the hill. We're done at the top as we watch them come in towards the green. Mark Nicholson's still got enough energy in his legs to jog to the ball. So we don't know what quite happened at the top there. William Morrison swinging it in. That is bouncing absolutely beautifully. This looks like a very, very good shot. It's going to settle just in that rough patch at the back. He'll be very, very happy with that. So that was last year's champion, William Morrison. We've seen highs and lows all over the course. We'll wait to find out later on what those scores are. So in the background, DJ Hamilton will be next to play. So this will be marked. DJ Hamilton will play in. It's a long way back, but he's got a lot of air on it. That's going to bounce up. It will come back towards the flag a little bit. It should turn back in, and it's going to get better and better. And that might even just tip on the front of the green, and that is a great shot from Hamilton. Very, very good indeed. So Adi Byrne next to play. Left to right, takes about, unfortunately, that's kicked on really fast off of the back of the bank. And that's going to go down at the back of the hill, unfortunately. It just took a really big bounce at the front and top spin came on hard. That's a little bit unfortunate, and that's a very, very difficult shot from there.
One hole, Ryan.
Keep going, mate. This is a very good shot from Mike. Just needs to settle a little bit. It's rough on that left-hand side, but absolutely cracking shot from Mark Nicholson. I'll be pleased to see that down. And so it'll be Adi to play from the back of the green. So managed to take a stance, going it up the hill and pop it over the top, but no more. Up it goes. Needs to settle. Hit the flag. Hit the flag. And it's in! And a great shot from AD. The relief is palpable. Big sigh of relief. And that is a very, very important shot. Three or four times today that slide past the hole. Mark Nicholson to finish. And DJ Hamilton in and finishes. So as they go off and mark their scorecards, they'll get those into the clubhouse, and we'll give you a rundown of all the scores on our social media sites later. That is it for the day's play here. You would have seen the men wrap up on Forest this afternoon, really close behind Cole Baker-May, who's got that lead. The rest of the categories all to play for, maybe apart from the juniors as well, with Connor Bennett doing really well. So the men super seniors and seniors are finished here. Everything to play for tomorrow. The sun is shining. It's going to get hotter tomorrow. The course is going to get drier and faster. And we're going to have action from all corners of Oakwood tomorrow. So for today, thank you very much for watching. Keep in touch, feedback, comments, share, like, and subscribe. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.